Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to commence the AFC Member Associations and Regional Associations Presidents and General Secretaries Conference 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly remind you to switch off or set your mobile phones to silent mode while inside the conference hall. If you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand to request a microphone, and we will be pleased to pass the floor to you. Simultaneous interpretation is available in Arabic and English. Please use the headsets provided at your seat. Thank you for your kind attention and cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to commence the AFC Member Associations and Regional Associations Presidents and General Secretaries Conference 2025.
Good morning and welcome back, everyone. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we explored a rich mix of topics that showcased how football continues to evolve and how football can be a driver for positive change beyond the pitch. As we begin our second day, we continue that momentum with sessions that will once again challenge us to think critically and push boundaries of what football development can achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to introduce our first speaker of the day, a great leader whose vision continues to guide the growth of governance of Asian Football Confederation, the General Secretary of the AFC, where he will address a topic that strikes at the core of our game's development. Please join me in welcoming our General Secretary, Dato Siriwan Sajon, to stage.
Thank you all. Executive Committee members, Presidents, General Secretaries, speakers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I need to take my clicker. Normally, Wahid puts me on the first day to speak. If you know, last year I spoke on the first day. And then we look at the topic that I was going to speak, then I told him better the second day. We don't want to spoil the mood of the, participants on the first day itself. What I'm going to share today is, the topic sounds complicated, commercial reality. But basically what I would like to do is to present to you or to bring you into what is a thought process that goes behind the many programs and initiatives that the administration rolls out together with the leadership. You know, yesterday we talked a lot of things that are really big in nature. You know, top level performance and Andy's amazing presentation. But at the end of the day, it comes back to the administration and leadership trying to provide the best for our member associations. And how do we do that? You know, because there is only a limited amount of money in the pot. And we need to take care of both the developed member associations and also the developing member association. And that's what I want to do today, to give you an insight, to let you inside our discussions at the AFC administration, what are the challenges we face, the realities that we look at when we try and devise the different, development programs. Yes, so we know the AFC's vision is to become a leading confederation. We also want to make sure that our member associations, they excel in the world stage. And the third one is making football the #1 sport in the world. This is our vision, which was rolled out on us in 2016. And we also know it is our responsibility at the AFC. When I talk about AFC, it also includes the executive committee, also includes all the committees, including the administration, is to make sure that regardless of size and wealth, we need to ensure that all our member associations are provided for in some kind of form. Okay? And also, at the back of our mind, to ensure that our resource-strained or less financially rich associations are not left behind or not forgotten. Okay? Because it weakens Asia's collective competitiveness. If we are just focusing on the top 18 that qualified for the third round of the World Cup, or the top 10 or the top 12, then we lose the competitiveness in Asia. And this is where we introduced the AFC Enhanced program, you know, to help address this imbalance, and I will share with you how these programs help our member associations, whether directly or indirectly. And there are two words that I'll be using quite often in my presentation. One is equality, and one is equity. Okay, and I hope that you will understand where I'm coming from. And I seek permission from the member associations here to give examples when I quote you, without any bias or prejudice, just to give examples, because we are all here together as one family. And we want to make sure that the investment that we are putting into the Asia story at the world stage is not just told by a few, but also by everyone. The story that come out of Asia should not be only Japan beating Brazil, which is great, amazing. An Asian team beats one of the best. But also, we want to see Nepal beating someone, or Nepal introducing a new program. Bhutan's women's football has just taken off into the rocket. This is also what we want to hear. And that is the investment we also want to make in our member associations. And we believe that by lifting those who are weak, those who are less developed, we make Asia stronger for tomorrow. Now, of course, whatever we do, we need to be aligned with our vision and mission, because we know Asia is the largest and the most diverse continent in the world of football, and there will be definitely disparities between the commercially sustainable member associations and also the commercially challenged MAs. And this disparity is significant, and we know that. And some of our MAs, it's not because of not trying, not because they are not hardworking. It is the challenges that they face within the country that are restricting them from increasing their revenue commercially. And these are real case studies that we have in our continent. And we feel that supporting the weak does not disadvantage the strong. Supporting the weak does not disadvantage the strong. And the AFC's vision is always to make sure that there is solidarity and there is shared progress. And this is normally what the president of AFC always said. We need to move forward together. We need to watch out for each other. We need to strengthen each other and progress. And then we have this shared progress. Okay? Now, we know that the AFC has got 47 member associations, and the third largest in the FIFA family. And as I said earlier, we must not be in denial that there is a significant inequality that exists between our member associations. We need to acknowledge and not be in denial. Yes, there are commercially weak member association, and there are commercially strong member association. And there are some member association which have very strong backing from the government, and there are some associations which have no support from the government at all. These are all realities that we face, you know. And to fulfill our vision of seeing Asian teams succeed, we cannot afford to leave any of our members behind. We cannot, because that's our responsibility as an Asian body, as AFC, as an executive committee. And this is why the AFC Enhance is so important to give this additional support and all our other programs to those who face the greatest challenges. So it's not just equality, but also we are looking at also how do we support through equity. And what's the difference? FIFA, probably UEFA, I'm not sure if Zoran is here, not here, they provide the same amount of money for all member associations. Same. And also all the regional associations, they get the same. That is equality. It's a distribution formula that everybody gets the same. Whereas equity, we want to give a little bit more for those who have less. Okay? We want to give a little bit more for those who have less. And I'll explain to you in the next slide. Is the cake there? Yes. So if you look at the cake, we always talk about, when we talk about finance, revenue, we always talk about the cake. So just look at the square. Okay? If you look at the square, that's the revenue of AFC. Okay, the square cake, okay, outside. And then you see two cakes in the middle of the square cake. So the square is the revenue of AFC. Okay, I don't have this back slide here. Okay, and you can see the difference there. I have put on one side the developed MAs, and on the other side, okay, now I get it. On the other side, developing MAs. Okay, and if you look beside the developed MAs, there's commercial revenue, and there is championship prize money, there is broadcast income, qualifiers, subsidies, and so on. Whereas for the developing MAs, the only cake that they have is the enhanced program. I want to speak a little bit about this, because this is what we are discussing all the time, especially Wahid and his team. And he comes and sits, and we always discuss about this. Because the cake is so much, the revenue is so much, it is fixed. Okay, 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Now, we need to put the revenue in the right places. And of course, because competition, as Andy says, always says, it's key to the development. So we need to ensure, and it's also our property that brings in the money. So we need to ensure that we are organizing top-class competitions for our member associations. Because competitions are the platform that our players are there to develop, and so that they can challenge the world. So this is fine. We accept this. And we know this is our responsibility. But all those who are playing in our top-level competitions, okay, all those who play in our top level, including the World Cup qualifiers, the Asian Cup finals, and the Champions League Elite and Champions League 2, these are the MAs and the clubs that receive around 70% of the revenue. So the cake on the right side with the cherry is receiving the best, and this is only a small number of member associations. It's not wrong to give them the best, because they are bringing the money into the AFC. They are the ones that are playing in the World Cup qualifiers. They are giving their rights to us so that we can organize the competitions and we can generate revenue from our World Cup competitions, especially the final round of 18 teams, and then the 24-team Asian Cup, and also the Champions League Elite, more than the Champions League 2. So therefore, 70% of the AFC's total revenue goes to clubs and member associations that are playing in our top-level competitions, and these are not many MAs. Now, we have the balance of the revenue that needs to be set aside for our less developed member associations through our various development programs such as Enhance and so on, Extra Time and so on. Now the challenge is, now you tell me, if someone has the cherry cake, do you also want the other cake without the cherry? Take a moment to reflect. You have already got the cake with the cherry, you already got the best cake. Do you also then put your hand up, can I have a piece of the other cake? And we are saying, look, the other cake is for the others. They are not playing in the top-level competition. They don't get commercial revenues from AFC. They do not share on the TV pool. They do not get prize money. They do not get travel subsidies. so on and so forth, that is only given to those who are playing at the highest level. But there is a big number, 25, 26, 27 MAs that need the other cake through the various development initiatives, especially through Enhance and Extra Time and all these initiatives. This is the thinking process that I was talking about in my opening remarks. And I will share with you later, you know, I'm mindful of the time, because Wahid said, please, half an hour stop. Okay. It's like our brother Yasir. You have a friend now, Samet. Our brother General Samet, General. You know, when he says come, a platoon comes. When he says stand, they stand, sit, they sit. He shared with me a secret just now. With our brother shared openly the other day, getting permission. General said, actually, I don't know how to tie my tie. My wife ties for me. I said, of course, you wear the uniform and you have all these stars in your shirts. Of course, you don't have to wear a tie. So, when we talk about equality and equity, this is the challenge at the administration. How do we share this revenue? And that's only so much that we can share. And we know that our less developed member association, less financially strong member association need the most help from the AFC. And we are also very thankful because here many member associations that are developed and financially strong are also helping directly our member associations. And we know that. And thank you very much for that as well. Many member associations here, whether you are giving them in support, financial support, whether you are giving them in kind, whether you are giving them footballs, whether you are sending coaches, these are all support that are needed for our less developed member associations. Okay? So, and we know that in the football pyramid, and Andy always tells us that grassroots football is important, is key to our member associations lifting their football to the next level, because this is where the journey begins. This is where the foundation of football is, in this football pyramid. And without a strong grassroots base, we all know that elite football simply cannot strive. You know? And we know that the money that AFC and to a certain extent FIFA provides is crucial for the less developed member associations, because they put a lot of money in these programs, grassroots, youth development, coaching and refereeing and so on. And we all know that the return of investment is not only seen in trophies, but also in the growth of the football culture, social impact, and national pride. And this is what the less developed member associations are trying to push in their agenda. They may not qualify for the Asian Cup. They may not qualify for the World Cup final round in Asia. But for them, investment in grassroots, youth are crucial, because it's more than football. It is more than just preparing a team to play in the AFC qualifiers. Under 17, no, it's more than that for our less developed member associations. And this is the thinking behind our various initiatives like the Enhance, the Extra Time, the Grassroots Charter, the Youth Scheme that we are introducing to our member associations so that they can provide these opportunities for our less developed member associations. And we all know if we want to raise champions, we must first nurture the dreams, you know, of all these people. And we also know that lack of sponsorship, it becomes difficult to expand participation, provide equipment, ensure that young players are given the right environment. It's difficult. Heavy dependence on AFC and FIFA. And I can share with you that some member associations rely fully on the subsidies or the grants from AFC and FIFA to operate not only the operation of the association, but also to deliver all these activities. And for some association, infrastructure becomes a big hindrance to the development of their football. Take Nepal, for example. A fantastic culture of football, amazing players. And every time I see the president, always asking him, when are you going to get a new stadium? They have to play their matches all away because the stadium has not been approved to play international football. And we have, in Asia, the most number of MAs that are not playing at home. The most number of MAs that have to find neutral venues to play their matches. National team matches, club matches. Because infrastructure becomes a big problem. They're not getting the funding even to build one decent stadium to play a home match. Some of us forget this. We forget. And these are the challenges that we face at the administration level. What can we do? What are we doing to help our less developed, less financially strong member associations? And these are real challenges. These are not something that, we are doing a study somewhere. No. These are real challenges that we face every time and every day. And we are doing our best to find solutions. There are so many our MAs here. We have to thank them because they come forward to say, right, we will host this team, we will provide the venues, and so on. And when we are having difficulty in having the basics in football, then it's going to be difficult to attract qualified staff from outside to grow the game. Then you are stuck with what you have internally, which may not be enough to move up to the next level. Sometimes we need help from outside. But if the conditions are not right, it's difficult to attract qualified people to come and help you. The technical director, if you want to hire a technical director from outside, he will say, look, you don't have anything. You don't even have a field. I can't do anything. So, a limited opportunities to improve because of such conditions. Sponsorship gaps as well. This is a chicken and egg. You do well, then the sponsors come. But then you need money to do well. Correct. So the sponsor will say, when you start doing well, everybody comes. I think someone said yesterday at the panel, sponsors start coming in, Uzbekistan. But ask them how they were suffering for many years with no help. And I'm happy yesterday at the panel, I'm not saying this in a sarcastic way, I'm happy. Wahid was not here. That none of our panel members that sat here, that qualified for the World Cup, Japan, Uzbekistan, and Jordan, said that Enhance was important for us to qualify for the World Cup. None of them. No one mentioned about Enhance in high performance because Enhance doesn't play. That's why I said Enhance is more important for grassroots. Enhance is more important for the less developed because Enhance does not make a difference in our top 18 teams. And it was proven yesterday. Even John from Philippines did not utter a word about Enhance. You see? And that's the cake I told earlier. When I shared with you the cake with the cherry, may not be important. The Enhance and the 500,000 that AFC gives or whatever other support gives may not make even a difference to our top member associations. but it's everything for the less developed member associations. It's everything. Hey, Rafshan is shaking his head. I know Rafshan, when they planned this, I was there as well. He spoke a lot about this. And they have amazing government support. It's a government project. It's a national agenda to qualify for the World Cup. It's not a football association agenda. It was a national agenda driven by the leadership of at the highest level. I'm sure many of you will say the same as well. So when it's driven from within the government and the leadership, then they also provide the funds. And this is what I'm talking from beginning, equality and equity. And we need to find ways to ensure that our less developed member associations are not left behind. So what do? We have the cake with the cherry and we have the cake without the cherry. The cake with the cherry is being enjoyed by all those who receive sponsorship, the distribution money from AFC, the subsidies, prize money and everything. But the others are left with 30%, and we want to ensure that they fully receive this money to develop even the basic level, as I mentioned earlier, grassroots, infrastructure, small pitches, and so on. And also, if you come and look at the next slide on sponsorship gaps, as I said earlier, you have to start doing well before you start attracting sponsors. Sponsors want to see how sustainable you are, how stable a member association is, and what are you doing with your activities and programs before they start investing in your game. And therefore, Enhance and other programs are important to help our member associations. And I said earlier, AFC funding becomes a lifeline for survival for many of our member associations. Many of our member associations. Okay? Now, the development impact, as I said earlier, okay, it's important to remember the same amount of money can be different for our different member associations. Okay? Can have different effects and impact depending on where it is invested. Receiving 500,000 from AFC and money from FIFA can be absolutely transformative for some member associations. Some member associations may not even know if the money came in or not, because it's not, it's just a small drop in this huge pot that they have. This is the challenge we are always facing at the AFC when we try and make regulations, when we try to discuss how to help all member associations. This is the question that we are always asking. How do we share this cake of revenue? Okay? And I said earlier, 500,000 for our less developed member association, lifeline. 500,000 for our developed member association, maybe just a marginal effect or no effect at all. Okay? And there is great return of investment when the right initiatives are channeled to our weaker member associations, because every small step is a big achievement. Every small step in our weak member associations or financially weaker member associations, every small step is seen as a huge step, because we want them to move forward and progress together. Every dollar stretches further for our less developed member associations. They have, with this money, more young players are developed, more grassroots initiatives, more competitions can be organized, and this is the thinking behind what we do at the AFC to help our less developed member associations. And as I mentioned, the Enhanced program, it's targeted and tailor-made programs. Okay, we just do not want to we want to ensure that they are used in the right way to ensure that football grows in the country. And current formula, as I said earlier, it rewards equality, but we are looking now at equity. Means the less developed needs more support. Okay, not forgetting the the developed will always get a chance in the other cake, which is through competitions. There are only two funds in AFC. One is competition fund and one is development fund. Okay? These are only the two funds that we give money out to member associations. Okay? And there's a huge difference and gap between equality and equity. And there's some case studies, that I've put there with our big ranked teams. 185 ranking. This is September 2025. Enhanced allocation 1.5 million for 4 years. Challenges, stadium maintenance, no league sponsor. Not even a league sponsor. Okay, 185 out of 211 FIFA member associations. FIFA ranking 194, enhanced collection 1.4, poor facilities challenges. FIFA ranking 183, AFC enhanced allocation 1.2, heavy FIFA and AFC reliance, basically funded only by AFC and FIFA. Limited grassroots penetration and limited capacity building. These are real challenges. These are not stories from outside. Our member associations. So what is the case that I am making? I got a few seconds left. What is the case I'm making? The case that I'm making is we need to take care of our less developed member associations. That's the case that I'm making. So more than equality, we are now looking at equity, meaning to provide more support for our less developed member associations. And AFC's strength is measured by not measured by its strongest member associations, but how it uplifts the weakest. Our strength at the AFC, and some member associations are doing it amazingly, our strength is not defined by our strongest member associations, but how these strong member associations are lifting our weaker member associations. That will define the unity and solidarity of the AFC. Okay? And we must always be reminded that solidarity will guide us to move forward. And when I say solidarity, there are two parts. FIFA's solidarity is equality. Okay? FIFA's, when they speak solidarity, they mean equality. Everybody gets the same. For us, solidarity means the stronger associations supporting and not forgetting the weaker associations. Okay? So we are one family of 47 nations, and our future depends on the strongest not leaving the weakest behind. We have to grow together. We have to ensure that progress is shared by everyone. And if some of our members lack resources, then they are going to struggle with governance, they are going to struggle with grassroots, they're going to struggle with coaching, education, they're going to struggle with everything. And it's our duty to ensure that they do not struggle for long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siri, for such an insightful presentation. May I kindly ask the AFC General Secretary to remain on stage, as we would like to open the floor for questions, if any.
Good morning. This is Tabit from the Bangladesh Football Federation. Thank you, Dato, for a lot of insight and for building a case that many of us has been trying to build ourselves individually as well. I just have 3 points to make to you, and I'll try to keep as short as possible. First point is I've been noticing that the AFC's income from the commercial rights is actually, the broadcasting rights is all bundled with the TV as well as digital. My humble suggestion is looking forward to try and separate the digital away from the TV rights, because what happens is, in the bigger context of things, once someone gets the broadcasting rights and they resell it to a bigger sponsor or a bigger MA, they no longer find it's interesting or commercially viable to focus on the digital rights of it. But smaller MAs meaning who are lesser in ranking, but higher population, you'll see now are trending into digitally. People are watching it on YouTube, on special apps, OTT platforms, but no one can buy those rights because the bigger broadcasters charge so much, or they don't have time to negotiate with us. So that is just some mindset I would like to just leave behind from my comments to you and based on your presentation. The other part is that, as you said, the equity part. They are developing and aspiring MAs, and we're extremely grateful to our stronger MAs who provides us many times with resources like training camps and even financial assistance for our youth programs. But one part with the developing MAs faces a problem is that we normally don't know where our next match will be or which group we will fall in. And hence, a big part of our expenses is airlines. So sometimes we have to travel far, but because we don't know where we're going, we can't make forward negotiations. So if AFC can help us reduce costs, not by giving us money, but helping us negotiate with global airlines or Asian partners, so we know that when we travel, we have a set price. And airlines do this all the time for many corporations. That's another place that's of help. Otherwise, last-minute ticketing or last-minute changes costs us a lot. And we are not always looking for more money, but we are looking for help in reducing our costs. And that way, the budget of Enhance or other activities can be better managed from individual associations. That's another point I wanted to share with you. And the third is that Asia is a growing market for football, but Asia is also a place where every day there's a government falling or a war happening. That affects our MAs directly in our ability to host matches or our desire to go and play away matches. So if AFC can kind of identify in every region at least one or two central locations where we MAs will make the payments, that's not a problem. But we just have to know where we will host our match if we are hosting in a central venue. Or we MAs need to know where we are going to the opposition's home ground if it's not in their country of territory or governance. It just helps with planning, and planning helps us with lowering costs, as you know. So these were just my 3 points from, let's say, a developing MA point of view. And thank you for your time and the opportunity for me to speak.
Thank you, Tabit. Thank you. We take note. Thank you. Okay, if none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siri. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session highlights the vital role of education in football, how learning, training, and continuous development empower member associations and regional associations to achieve lasting success and on and off the field. To share more on this important topic, please join me in welcoming Mr. Simon Chadwick to the stage. Welcome, Simon. The floor is yours.
I also can't see now I can see my presentation. Thank you. It's a genuine honor and a genuine privilege for me to be here today, a European, to talk about education. Asia has played a big part of my career, and I'll explain a little bit in a moment in the ways in which it has. But thank you particularly to Windsor and to Vahid and to the students in the audience, and there are one or two around. I do apologize for the grades that I gave you. We've already talked about that. As I've been here over the last day, and I've made some notes, I've listened to people talking about improvement and performance. And for many of us here, I guess this is framed in terms of, did we win? Did we qualify? Did we make some money? But as an educator, and I'm here today primarily as an educator, performance and improvement also means being good at your job, doing your job better, making a contribution to the member association. making sure that your career develops in the way that you want it to develop, ensuring that there are not just outcomes for me, for football, but perhaps for society in general. So performance and improvement are not just on the field. I've also heard a lot about grassroots. And in my business, I deal with grassroots essentially, with 18, 19-year-olds, maybe 22, 23-year-olds, people who in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, 30 years' time are going to be doing your jobs. So I deal with grassroots. But I think it's also important too to keep in mind that in education it's not just about the grassroots, because the people in the room today, you know in your jobs that there are certain things that you need to know, and you need to know them now. You don't need to know them in 3 years or 5 years or whenever it might be. You need to know them now. So education is not just a grassroots activity. Education is also about keeping us abreast of the most important issues so that we have the skills, the knowledge to be able to deal with them. Of course, it's long term. Some of you may be familiar with this term, lifelong learning. And this is an important principle in a lot of educational institutions around the world now, lifelong learning. You don't go to school, you finish school at 16 or 18 or whatever, maybe you go to university and finish at 21. It doesn't end there, it continues, and you're continually learning. And the contribution that structured formal programs make to that, delivered by the likes of the AFC, is really important. The other one that I'd just like to mention briefly is around artificial intelligence. And as you can imagine, for people in education right now, ChatGPT is like a nightmare, because you're never completely sure, did the student really write this, or did they get it from ChatGPT? And this is a big issue, really big issue. However, and I'll tell you this, is students actually don't like to learn from ChatGPT. The good news for all of us is that we're not cyborgs yet. You know, maybe in 50 years or 100 years' time, we'll have a cyborg conference. But the people I deal with are human beings. And the good thing about education, learning, development is that my students like to be with other human beings. Because to be able to talk to them, to be able to confide in them, to be able to learn from them is actually very, very important. Now, I didn't intend to say, when I got on the plane to fly here, I didn't intend to say those things, but I thought it was important to follow up on some of the things that were talked about yesterday and have already been talked about today, just to give you my views and my thoughts on this. Now, whenever I come to give a presentation, particularly to an audience, most of you don't know me. Some of you do, but most of you don't know me. So I always like to set the context. And this is your homework for tonight. I'm a teacher, right? I'm an educator, so you've got homework. Is guess the club. There are a couple of you in the room already know the club. I'll tell you at the end what the club is. But the crucial thing about this is that, and my point is not working. Oh, yes, it is. There it is. So this is where I was born. This is where I went to school, and this is my team, because my dad told me it was my team. So across my entire life, football has been very, very important to me. I started my career as a teacher. If you're talking about 11-year-olds who've got no interest being in a classroom and you've got to teach them, I've been there. But at the same time, I now find myself in the position that I spend time in classrooms with actually incredibly well-educated, incredibly motivated, sometimes highly successful people. And one of the things that I think is common across all of those people is the capacity to learn and the transformative effects of learning upon those people, upon their lives, upon their families, upon the organizations they work for. And of course, financially, it's important for us to do well and get on, but I think also in terms of purpose and our contribution to society and our contribution to trying to make a better world, and also to the succession of people who follow us is really important. I don't think I need to say this, probably, but let's just deal with the kind of 101 of all of this. And the 101 of all of this is, what are the benefits of people learning? Now, I'm guessing that most of you've taken learning pretty seriously, and that may have been in a classroom somewhere. It might alternatively have been in a workplace somewhere. Some of you will read extensively. You sat on planes, you'll read your Kindle, or you'll read a book. You'll learn from top organizations. So we all learn, and we all continue to learn, and there are benefits to that. Again, I mentioned a little earlier, in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, 30 years' time, most of us won't be sat here for lots of reasons. So therefore, what you face the challenge of, and what the AFC faces the challenge of, is, for example, succession planning. Who's going to take over from you? How do you make sure that they have the right skills, the right knowledge? This is a really important aspect of certainly what I do. There's Patrick in the audience here, and Patrick and I were in the United States 5 weeks ago now, I think, Patrick, 6 weeks ago. We visited all kinds of organizations. We went to the NBA, for example. These people are on their game. Incredibly motivated, highly educated people, hugely ambitious. And as you can imagine, in terms of revenues and sponsorships and TV deals, commercial opportunities, facilities, globalization of their operations, they are on their game. And they're not going to wait. They're not going to wait for you. They're not going to wait for me. They're going to continue what they're doing. So in terms of, this is for us to up our game. And I'm not just talking about you, but even for people like me, it's to up our game. So in terms of competitive advantage, you notice innovation. I use the word innovation there. One of the things that I have learned by going to China quite often, so if there are any people from China in the room, is to go to somewhere like Xiamen in China. So Xiamen in China is the apparel capital of China. And what they have learned, the companies and brands that are there, is if they go head-to-head with Nike and Adidas, they're not going to win. Because they don't have the brands, they don't have the endorsers, they don't have the associations with organizations that Nike and Adidas do. So you go to somewhere like Xiamen, and what they have learned is that you need to innovate, you need to create products that Nike and Adidas aren't creating. So they're just a few examples, they're just a few highlights of what are the benefits for employers and employees of learning. Where I think I take a slightly different approach to, for example, somebody like Andy is I'm not a footballer, I'm not a football coach. I've always worked in business schools. So shortly after I decided that I couldn't handle 11-year-olds, it was just too much, I went to work in universities, and I've always worked in business schools. So my background is with marketers, with supply chain managers, with governors, with accountants, with financial people, increasingly nowadays with artificial intelligence and digital people, with professionals who are interested in sustainability in their environment. And if you can imagine trying to create an on-field team with the best talent, what's very clear to me, and what's part of my job, is to create those same types of teams off the field. It's getting the right people in the right places at the right time with the right skills. And so I emphasize that to you, is don't forget your teams off the field are just as important as your teams on the field. And this is more important than ever. It's more important than ever because these are really, really difficult times. I prefer to use the word challenging rather than difficult. And I always say to my students, the world doesn't scare me. The world doesn't scare me. It's just a really exciting time to be alive. Imagine in 100 years what people are going to write in history books about now. A world that is changing rapidly. And so there is a kind of benchmark level at which we all probably need to know a little bit about marketing. We all probably need to know a little bit about finance. We all probably need to know a little bit about governance. But there are incredible things happening beyond that. We've already talked about digital and AI, for example. We've also talked about the NBA. Now, for those of you who are basketball fans, for those of you who are not basketball fans, they're coming for us, right? What I find really scary about this is basketball is coming for football. I'll tell you now, you ain't taking us. You're not taking us down because football will fight. It's still the world's most what is basketball anyway? You know, football's the world's most popular game. My dad told me so, okay? My dad told me so. But if you look at what the NBA is doing, you now have NBA Africa, and the NBA is in the Gulf region, the NBA is in South Asia, in India, the NBA is making a re-entry into China. For those of you who follow the news or have followed the news this year, the NBA is going big on Europe. And we may actually see European football club teams allying with the NBA to enable the NBA's entry into the marketplace. What do? Do we roll over and die? Or do we fight back? Do we hold our position? And the crucial thing is if we fight back or we hold our position, then we've got to learn how to do this. And so the commercial education, the global nature of education, is relevant in that particular case. Now, I know that for some of you in the room, the NBA in New York and globalization and market development may seem completely alien. But I say these things to make a point. Because if you stand still, you die. But if you learn, you develop, you improve, this is the way in which you ensure you preserve the heritage of your member association, of your game, but also prepare for the future too. Obviously, ESG, environmental, social governance, the governance expectations, and women's football in particular, I know for the AFC is a big issue right now. You know, as an Englishman, the English FA, I think, has done incredible work over the last 10 years. But in addition to that, there are obviously environmental responsibilities that we have. And there are other challenges too. One of the things, and again, I go back to when Patrick and I were in New York and Miami a couple of weeks ago, or a few weeks ago, is the role of creators. So people who, you might alternatively call them influencers, but they're more than influencers. They create their own content. And they're saying things about your organization and about your players, and they're generating content that is arguably more engaging than what you are producing. So how do you respond to that? How do you learn how to engage, for example, with creators? So these are just highlights. I can't give you a history of the world. I simply don't have long enough. But these are just highlights of the complex, turbulent, dynamic nature of the world that we live in. And we've got to learn how to engage with these issues and how to change, how to adapt, how to ensure that the people who work with us, and indeed ourselves, are prepared for the future that is now starting to unfold. Amongst all of this, there are certain generic concepts or issues that we can probably all agree apply. So I'm a marketer. You may have seen earlier, my PhD was on football sponsorship. I'm a marketer. So I think we can probably all broadly agree that marketing is important. Now, you're all going to have different notions of what marketing is. But whether you're in Florida at the Hard Rock Stadium, or you're in Indonesia, and I've been doing some work with Indonesia recently, we probably all agree that marketing is important. But what I found interesting about when we went with the group a few weeks ago to the Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, most of the people who were around me who were European were saying, this is never going to work in Europe. It's never going to work in Europe. And so, whilst we might accept that marketing is important, what we need to ensure, what you need to ensure, and people like me can help, is to ensure that the notion of marketing has a very strong Asian focus, because marketing in Asia is different to marketing in Europe, which is different in turn to marketing in the United States. So what do people learn? Now, I guess for most of us, and my memory of my early education is sit down, be quiet, listen. When I write it on the blackboard, it was in the 20th century, so it was a blackboard, you copy it, and that's it. And that's what learning was. But as I've got older, you begin to realize that people learn in different ways, and that's an important notion. People learn in different ways. So this term, learning style. So there are tools and techniques to help you decide what's your learning style. I know what my learning style is. The worst thing in the world for me in terms of learning style is sit down, shut up, don't ask anything. That's the worst thing in the world for me. Because what I like to do, my learning style is I like to explore, I'm inquisitive, I like to try, I make mistakes. I think I've got a little bit of intellect, so when I make mistakes, I can reflect upon, what did I do wrong? How could I do it differently next time? But there's also, in addition to your learning style, what do you learn? And there are those hard things that many of us will know. So you will know the IFAB rules relating to a particular aspect of the game. You will know what the tax rules are in your country that relate to your national your member association. You will know those kind of hard facts that many of us keep in a Rolodex in the back of our minds. And that is always going to be there. When rules change, when regulations change, when new technology comes along, when there's turbulence in the world, then there will be certain things that you will know in your mind. You've got those hard skills. But then there are also soft skills, like standing on a stage and talking to a lot of people, or working as part of a team, or managing within time constraints, managing multiple stakeholders who all want different things. So when creating education, learning programs, what's really important is to think about those soft skills. This is known as Kolb's learning cycle. When I studied to be a teacher, or trained to be a teacher at the University of London, this is the 101, Kolb's learning cycle. So it's not just a case of what people learn, it's a case of how people learn. And I leave you with that, because I think it should drive the programs that you and that all of us develop. There are some key words here like experimentation. You've got to let people try things. There are words here like experience. So you've actually got to experience things too. So you don't just sit in a classroom. For example, in terms of programs, there are things like real-time simulations. You've got to make sure that people are exposed to real-time simulations. For those of you who are coaches, on-field coaches, you've got to try and replicate the match day so that when the match day comes, you can perform well. And it's the same off the field too for people in my world. I'm going to give you some examples of things that I've been involved in just a moment. For many education systems around the world, those education systems are resource-driven. What classrooms do you have? What new technology can you use? What are the buildings like? Can you find the teachers to actually deliver? And that kind of resource-driven approach to education, I can understand that, but keep in mind too that what we're now seeing, particularly with digital technology, is more learner-centered approaches to the delivery of educational opportunities, so that what is delivered matches what you need. That's really important. And when I say you, it's not just you as an individual, it's your organization, what you need. And then you've got these blended approaches where maybe part of a program is delivered online, but maybe part of the program is face-to-face. And certainly in my experience, the places, the organizations that I work with, that blend, it's difficult to achieve, but let people sit alone online. But also create online opportunities for them to meet their peers. But at the same time, have a place, have a space where you can meet and you can talk with human beings. But this is an issue for us. Where do people learn? You've also got when people learn. I went to university as an undergraduate. It was fantastic because that's all I did. So I got out of bed at 10 o'clock in the morning, went to class, went back to my apartment again and slept some more, and that was pretty much it. I was a university student, that's what I did. But then my master's degree and my PhD, I did them when I was working. This was hard, because when I get home from work at night and I think I really don't want to do anymore, I had to do it. It took me 5 years part-time to get my doctorate. They were the toughest years of my life. I'm glad I did it. It changed my life. But this leads us into, and again, this links to a certain extent to digital technology, about synchronous and asynchronous approaches to learning. So synchronous essentially means the class starts at 6, you're going to go and sit in a room, and I'm going to talk to you for 2 hours, and then the class is finished. That's synchronous. And that can happen online as well as physically in a classroom. But asynchronous, I'm working, I just don't have time. On Saturday morning, the kids have gone to football club. Your partner's gone out shopping. You're in the apartment or the house alone. So you can study then. You've got time then. So this is what we mean about asynchronous approaches. So in terms of how programs are designed, organized, delivered, do keep in mind, they don't have to be synchronous. They can be asynchronous as well. Now, just to give you I've got 6 minutes left, so I'm going to try and do this in 6 minutes. Let me give you 3 examples of where I've been involved in what I think to have been really important for me in terms of my understanding, my learning, my development, but also in terms of the students, the delegates who've sat in the rooms that I've been in at the same time. So between 2012 and 2020, I worked for Josor Institute. Josor Institute was a capacity building initiative that was embedded within Qatar's Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy. So this was the domestic government ministry responsible for rolling out essentially the World Cup program following the bid win in 2010. Now, for many of you, you probably know, Qatar is a very small country. 3 million people, 10% of these people are Qatari, 90% of the population. It's fairly transitory. They come and they go. So Qatar had a real issue. How do we have the next venue managers? How do we have the next generation of ticketing managers? How do we develop the next risk and security officials that we need? And so Josor was part of this capacity building initiative. It was a pan-Gulf or pan-regional initiative. But I think this has been so successful that what we have seen since the end of the World Cup in 2022, so this has happened over the last 12 months, is that Qatar's Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy has now been repurposed as an event ministry in general. So you've obviously got the Asian Games going to Qatar, you've got the Basketball World Cup, they are making a bid for the 2036 Olympic Games. Many of the people who were appointed to the Supreme Committee and went through JOSO programs, the legacy is, the long-term basis of this is they're still there and they will continue to be there working on other events. Just one other thing to say about this is that the JOSO Institute, part of the FIFA World Cup Supreme Committee, is that they partnered with Georgetown University. So Georgetown University, Washington, D.C. has a campus in Doha. Whether or not that was the best partner for them, I'll not comment publicly. But clearly, one of the things that you have to decide as the AFC, as a member of an association, as an organization delivering education and learning opportunities is, do you partner with an institution? In UEFA's case, I've been involved with UEFA since 2008, when its academy was first established. They were introducing the Certificate in Football Management, the CFM. I've been teaching marketing as part of the CFM since it launched in 2010, so 15 years, into nearly our 16th year. So UEFA, for the CFM, partners with the University of Lausanne in Switzerland. And what I would say about the UEFA CFM, initially incredibly well-resourced, and that was testament to the president of the time, Michel Platini. But what that created is a platform for learning and development that I think even now continues to endure. And one of the things that we do on a fairly regular basis is to update the module. And as a marketer, as you can imagine, I've just gone through a round of modifications to my module, and a lot of AI, a lot of digital, a lot about women's football, a lot about environment and sustainability. If I had to give a benchmark against which other programs might be assessed, I think UEFA CFM, really, this has been a big part of my life. And I always say to many students who come to me who say, well, I've got choices to make, where should I go? There is a UEFA Open Edition, for example, and there may even be some people in the room today who studied on the UEFA Open Edition. How I know Patrick, who sat in the audience, who'll talk to you tomorrow, is we met through the European Club Association's Club Management Program. When I first put my presentation together, it was the European Club Association. And Yasuko, she contacted me and said, it's not the European Club Association anymore, so we had to change the logo very quickly. I first became involved in the European Club Association Club Management Program back in 2016. At that time, its partner was the University of Stockholm. Now it is unaffiliated. But what I find really interesting about the European Club Association, so far this year we've been in Lausanne for one week. We have been in Frankfurt. We spent a lot of time at the Deutsche Fußballbund, Eintracht Frankfurt, which I don't know how you feel about it, Patrick, but I thought this was really illuminating. Then we went to the United States, to New York and Miami, which was mind-blowing. We got a London week coming up in November. So this is not capacity building, education, learning in a classroom setting. This is taking established industry professionals to places where the latest cutting-edge thinking is evident. It's very different to, for example, the UEFA CFM. Now, it does say 0, but, Fergie time. So I've got an extra 2 minutes, I guess, I hope. And if you would like to talk more about learning programs, we can do so. But these are just some some guidelines, some benchmarks for what you might be thinking about. What I would say to you is don't engage in education and learning for education and learning's sake. Windsor has already talked about some of the constraints. And as somebody with a long history working in public education, we always face constraints. Financial constraints, resource constraints. So what I think is very, very important for all of you to think about, if this is an area that is important to you, is to be always thinking, what's the business case for doing this? What's the purpose of it? Do we have the data that backs up or supports? So when we're going to go to the President or the Secretary General, how are we going to explain this to them? So do make sure that you're making decisions based upon an established business case and based upon data. Amongst those other things, as I say, you're welcome to talk to me some more. I will say thank you. If you do want to talk some more, please, you can scan the QR code and you can connect. And I'm more than happy to talk to you about your thoughts about these general areas. But what I would say is do see education, learning, development as an important part of your organization. Try to establish the culture. Try to attract the best people. Try to ensure that you are ready for the future. And I know that the AFC is working very, very hard to do that through its own ACE initiative. Otherwise, just to say, that's my club. So for those of you who are wondering, and the great news is we won last night, 2-1, top of the league again. So at that point, I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to thank you very much for your attention, and I send best wishes for the remainder of the event. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. We would like to open the floor for questions, if any.
I'm not offended. You know, coffee's more appealing than me. I know that.
We have one question. Dasho, please.
Professor, I was quite intrigued by your comment that NBA is coming after us. The NBA is coming after us. So, in my view, multiple sports can be appreciated by multiple people, and even one individual can enjoy many sports. So how are things like NBA coming after us, if we're not as organized as them, a threat to football?
So I don't just think it's the NBA coming after us. I think Formula One is coming after us. For that matter, I also think fashion brands are coming after us, and movies are coming after us, and shopping malls are coming after us. So many of you in the room will be familiar with this notion of the attention economy. So there are so many brands, products, companies, organizations, trends that are competing for our attention. And we have to be prepared to rise to that challenge, because if we don't, we lose visibility, we lose meaning, we lose relevance. And that, I think, is perhaps the way that I would answer your question right now about meaning and relevance. Because one of the foundations that I think we have as people involved in football is the meaning and relevance of our clubs, of our teams, of our member associations in people's lives. And that could be linked to, for example, we've talked about it, patriotism, for instance. But what I think is significant too alongside that is, for example, authenticity. So no matter where I go around the world in sport right now, keeping in mind that I don't just work in football, it's this quest for authenticity. So you do have new sports, new sport products, new formats. You look at, for instance, the Baller League, and some of you may be familiar with the Baller League, some of you may not be familiar with the Baller League. But when I speak to people about the Baller League, which has recently come out of Germany, is now in the UK, is going to the United States, there is something inauthentic about the Baller League. And yet what we can do is we can deliver something in football that is authentic. There is a heritage, there is a history. There are genuine reasons, legitimate reasons why people engage with the product that we're delivering. I guess the final thing, the other thing that I would say is we don't all have to be the NBA. We don't all have to be the NBA. We don't all have to have a global strategy. We don't all have to look towards new market entry in overseas markets. But I do think that we need to be mindful of and aware of the challenge that the likes of the NBA and Formula One and other sports pose to what we do. But as I say, I think being authentic, thinking about heritage and history is very important, and providing reasons, and ultimately this is really significant. We've not talked about this. Is providing reasons for people to. We've got to give people reasons to engage with us. What are we giving them that they're not getting elsewhere? And the reality is in football, we do have assets that give other people reasons to engage with us that perhaps the Baller League doesn't, or perhaps the NBA doesn't. I'd love to. I could probably go on for like 2 or 3 hours talking about this, but I hope that gives you a little bit of insight from my side.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Dasha, for your questions. If we don't have any further questions, Simon, please remain on stage. And now we would like to invite FIFA Council member and the President of the Saudi Arabian Football Federation, Mr. Yasser Al-Mishhir, on stage for the panel presentation.
Here. Hey, good to meet you. Really good to meet you. Thank you so much. It's good to meet you. I work quite a lot with Hisham, so I know Hisham really well. Just
Thank you, President. Thank you, Simon. We will now take a short break and reconvene at 10:45 a.m. Thank you very much.
morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear presidents, general secretaries. Can you hear me? Yes, so this tone is fine? This is good? Okay. No, that's fine. Okay. Good morning, dear presidents, general secretaries. It's great to be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in 5 minutes. Kindly take your seats.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Football is more than a game. It's a global movement that connects us all. Our next session, a united game for a global future, FIFA strategy for growth and MA collaboration, explores how FIFA is shaping football's future through unity, innovation, and partnership. To share more on this journey, please join me in welcoming Mr. Elkhan Mamadov, FIFA Chief Member Associations Officer. Elkhan, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning, dear Presidents, General Secretaries, friends, colleagues. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today and stand before you for a few minutes to present the activities and some updates on FIFA. It will be a few minutes, but I think it's essential to have update for the last 12 to 24 months of FIFA innovative approach and some activities we are implementing within and externally to provide you better services as well, to develop football. But before we begin, please let me start with a word of praise. Praise to all of you for your great work you're doing to develop football in your countries and in your regions. Because no continent has transformed football faster in the past decade than Asia. Starting and including from infrastructure, competition, governance, women's football, youth development. This is remarkable progress you are doing. Some people say that Asian football is emerging. We at FIFA say that Asian football is arriving, or maybe has arrived already. Thank you for helping us making football truly global and sometimes even truly Asian, and together we will do more things. As Windsor said, we will try to provide you more facilities to develop football, and for the countries which cannot still play at home, we will create together the legacy which will live for a long period of time so you can play matches at home as well. This is one of the important aspects of the development. A few words about myself. Before I joined FIFA, I spent 15 years as a General Secretary in Azerbaijan Football Federation and then later Executive Vice President. So I know the realities of the member associations, of the confederations as well, been involved in some activities within the confederations. And then 3.5 years ago, I joined FIFA as a Regional Director for Europe. And 1 year ago, I started as a Chief Member Association Officer based in Paris and Zurich and all over the world, to be honest with you. And I'm very proud to be part of FIFA, of course, but I'm also very proud to work with you, for you, and to know you personally as colleagues and already friends. Once upon a time in US, summer 2025.
Welcome to the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. From dreamers to believers, it's Messi time. Messi! That's brilliant. Because it brilliantly. Which club sits on top of the world?
Don't via das Macht.
C'è solo bellezza e potenza. A moment of magic from the captain.
Paulinho, the hero of the hour.
Kane and a goal. Perfecto.
¡Qué maravilla!
That is a world-class save. Hercules! Al Hilal have eliminated Manchester City.
Yo quiero brillar.
Girassi! It's James to strike it. Place in the last four, the prize. Magnifique! Ashraf Hakimi! Glorious chance, which he takes. Oh, it's a superb goal from Martinelli. In Esteban in front of Colwell. Fabulous goal. Brilliant from Palmer. The referee blows his whistle.
Mbappé!
Courtois saved it. João Pedro! What a goal! Cucurella off the line. Olafo! Dembele's onto it. Surely not. It is. Kimi goes square. Fabian Ruiz. 3-0.
Ça, ce sont des victoires marquantes.
This is a proper headliner. And it's Chelsea who get final underway. And Palmer! Cole Palmer for Chelsea! Chelsea celebrating the lead. Palmer, oh, great feat! Oh, he's done it again! Two fantastic goals inside 8 minutes. And the little ball in, it's a brilliant save by Sanchez to deny Dembele. Chelsea Football Club are crowned champions of the world.
Amazing tournament, amazing club competition. We definitely missed some Portuguese local stars at the Club World Cup, but we had other shining stars during the Club World Cup. It was definitely a golden era of the global club competition. We all experienced and witnessed, and numbers speak for themselves. 2.7 billion viewers through the innovative platform in partnership with DAZN. $33 million average revenue per match. 2.5 million fans attended the matches in USA, including with a record of almost 82,000 attendance at the final on Sunday, and it was a very hot day, afternoon. But still we had almost 82,000 people. So, football, soccer arrived very truly and with full confidence to US market. That was also a global stage for Asian football, for Asian clubs. 4 Asian clubs proudly represented AFC, with remarkable achievement of Al Hilal reaching the quarterfinal. And by the way, interesting statistic, 77.9% in Saudi Arabia turned on and watched the match Manchester City versus Al Hilal, meaning that it's not only the club fans, supporters followed their teams, it's all the nation supported their club. And it's another proof that it's not only about a national team when they start to support, it's a representation. Nations goes behind and start to support. This is incredible number, 77.9% in Saudi Arabia turned on and watched that match. 1 billion prize money, 475 million based on sporting performance being distributed to the clubs, and 525 million based on the participation to all 32 participating teams. And this is additional revenue during off-season without disrupting domestic leagues, national leagues, or national team competition. And this is definitely additional revenue and income to the clubs. And the clubs will take it back to the countries, back to the stakeholders, and reinvest majority of the money to provide better standards within the country, within the city, within the communities, and will invest to develop future talents. Yes, it was a success story. It was a unique opportunity for more than 75 nationalities to experience the World Cup, to play the World Cup. In the traditional World Cup with the 32 teams in the last 100 years, we have 32 countries, 32 national teams, 32 nationalities. With expanded one, we're going to have 48 countries, 48 nationalities, 48 national teams. With the Club World Cup, we had more than 75 nationalities. Still 32 countries, 32 cities. but more people from different nationalities been followed and had experience to play at the World Cup. So get your teams ready, and I'm sure the next Club World Cup will be another great achievement of AFC representing clubs, because we already witnessed it. Reaching the quarterfinal was a remarkable progress. From the tournament and pitch level, we should also remember that we are fortunately or unfortunately living in the digitalized world. So just introduction to our new platform, and then I will speak about it a bit.
Sometimes finding the right partner to play against isn't always easy. As football continues to grow globally, we at FIFA want to ensure our member associations have more chances to cheer on, develop, and play many more games with their national teams. And we found a way to make this happen. Welcome to FIFA Match. This new platform will serve as a hub that enables our member associations to set up their own friendly matches, look for opponents, or search for open opportunities to play. Our service is simple. Each member association will have an account to set up friendly matches for their football, futsal, and beach soccer teams. They will be able to offer these chances to play, setting up their ideal dates and locations for the matches, as well as any other key details potential opponents should be aware of. Once an offer is set up, it's out on the market for other member associations to look at and apply for. When an MA believes they have found the right partner, all they need to do is confirm, and it's a match. With FIFA Match, our MAs can unlock new opportunities, finding unique opponents they may never have connected with before. And in doing so, ensuring we keep making football truly global.
I won't be tired to say the same joke, because this joke is based on reality. In today's digitalized world, by sitting in this room, each and every of you can just open your phone with different application, order a food, book your next vacation, buy or sell property or rent a car. For some people, even to find their marriage, wife and husband, through the online platform. But unfortunately, till today, we did not have any opportunity through online to find the opponent to play a match at different levels. And we know this is a challenge. There's a challenge especially for the youth teams as well, for the women's football, futsal, and beach soccer. That's the reason we came up with the idea to create a platform, online platform to use, very, very easy to use, for your coaches and technical directors by few clicks to choose where to play, when to play, what ranked team to play, and what age team to play. And this will be, and this is now a reality in your hands, and we started the pilot phase in August 2025, only 2 months ago, and today we have already 30 matches in progress and 3 tournaments, because this platform also gives you opportunity for your national team coaches, for your technical departments to create the tournaments. And there is no limit. It could be cross-confederational tournaments as well. And the most important, we integrate to this platform the confederations. As soon as 2 member associations start the process, confederation as well as FIFA are aware that the process started. And we can follow and oversee the process and see when the match is happening and when the matches will take place. So, using this opportunity, I would like to say thank you to the Confederation as well, to AFC as well, for supporting this idea. And now together we're trying to promote this app, because there is no more excuses for the technical directors, for the coaches to say that they could not find an opponent to play a match. Because we know it's still a challenge, I repeat, to find the right opponent on the right time, especially for the youth. Tier 1 matches, friendlies for A national teams, it's easy. It's not a challenge anymore. It's not a difficult task anymore. But for the youth, we still have to help them to create additional opportunities. That's the countries which are already joined to the pilot phase. quite successful, but full rollout of the project of the platform will be Q1 2026. So in a 3 months' time, all member associations will receive, all 211 will receive credentials to log in and start the match. FIFA Series. As you know, it's the idea driven by FIFA President Gianni Infantino, who wanted to create opportunity for the national teams to play again cross-confederational friendlies. And together with the confederation, we agree to have this tournament or friendlies every 2 years. The first edition was back in 2024, and we have a few hosts and countries as well, of course, participating. We saw the feedback, we made a full assessment afterwards, and we found out that there is a need of that window to be played and giving again national teams to expand the geography of the competitions. Even some of them said to us, do as a tournament, bring medals, bring trophies with you, because this is becoming like a small official friendly tournament. Why not, we thought. So next edition will be in 2026. We have already received the applications from 100 member associations to participate, and 10 member associations presented the interest to host the competition, both for women and men. And it will be every 2 years, as I said, and this is this incredible opportunity and experience for the member associations, for the national teams, to play other continent. Because the only way we can play other continents to qualify to the World Cup. But we have a limited seats, 48 spots only. So this is a way for African team play against Asian, for America play against European team. FIFA Arena. Let's have a look.
Football is not just a game. It's much more than that. Playing football, you learn resilience, respect, and responsibility. You learn how to be a winner or stand up after defeat. We need to create safe environments where children can play football, enjoy spending time together, and nurture important life skills. Now with FIFA Arena, they are a part of a global project of 1,000 pitches all over the world. Because that's what all the children deserve. That we give them the right place and programming to follow their dreams and pursue their passion. 1,000 arenas. One shared goal. To give every child the chance to play and grow.
As you know, last year, FIFA President Gianni Infantino announced and initiated the project of having 1,000, at least 1,000 mini pitches globally. And at the beginning of this year, we start a detailed assessment and kicked off with a pilot phase of the FIFA Arena mini pitches. Installation of the mini pitches in first 11 countries. Every country would have 2 mini pitches, and they decide where. The most important was to make sure that they are accessible to the children to play football within the school or outside of the school in the communities. And after successful rollout of the pilot phase, we started the global rollout, and we are now having the openings of the FIFA Arenas mini pitches by FIFA together with member associations everywhere. 2 days ago, I was in north of Kazakhstan. We opened a FIFA Arena pitch. On the 21st, I'm going to Latvia. There will be another 2 mini pitches opened. 25th of October in Malaysia, we will be inaugurating FIFA Arena as well. Then 30th of October, Niger. Then 15th of November, Djibouti. And I can go ahead, continue with all 211. So this is a successful project, and I think this is amazing for the kids. Unfortunately, today we need to encourage and motivate kids to play football. When we were younger, we went through the grassroots projects, but it was not a project, it was something organic, it was natural. When we were outside of our apartments, homes, houses, flats, we were trying to find something round to play football, to put our bags as a goals and start to kick something. But nowadays, unfortunately, it's not the way our children growing up. If they have some time, of course, they grab their phone or they start to play PlayStation. With this mini pitches, FIFA arenas, in different parts of the countries, it will attract them, this green grass will attract them to come and play football. And we work closely with the member association to motivate the government and the private sector to invest. We've been even more flexible and we said, we are ready to give FIFA Arena branding to any private sector within the country. So let's say we come to the country, we install two FIFA arenas, not in the professional environment. We want to have FIFA arenas outside of professional infrastructure, within the school or within the communities, accessible for the children, of course. And then, if government, municipalities, cities, private sector would like to invest and to have more than two in their country, we give FIFA Arena branding for them to be next to us, so they can promote their brand through FIFA Arena. And this is attraction, as you know, majority of the private sector wants to have. And this is added value for the member association to provide additional promotion and advertising for your sponsors as well. So join the project, and I'm sure FIFA Arena will be soon in your country. And just for the information, from the day of the application, it will take maximum 90 days to have inauguration. Because during the detailed assessment, we went through the all logistical processes, and for the sake of transparency, we started to work with the different suppliers to make sure, first of all, to manage the risks, to mitigate the risks, because we cannot be relied on one supplier. So we have selected confederational suppliers from different continents to make sure that there are enough pitches timely delivered to the member associations. One of the last topics from my side would be reinforcing the unity. As you know, FIFA's vision is making football truly global. To become global, we need to be local. So global approach has driven us to have regional offices and hubs. You're following the news as well that we're opening regional offices or regional hubs as well, because this is a chance for us to be closer to member associations, to be closer to the confederations, to understand the realities, the challenges, and to be next to you to help, to support, to facilitate, develop football. And also with this, with regional offices, we are becoming reachable for 24/7 because we are covering all the time zones. And it is also the way for us to predict sometimes, to sit together with Confederation and to see what's coming from negative or positive point of view. We have to be ready, and unfortunately, in today's world, the crisis can appear as a mushroom sometimes. So we have to be ready to solve the problems and challenges we face, to solve them together. And using this opportunity, I would like to express the words of appreciation to Asian Confederation, to AFC, for organizing such meetings like today, such conferences and discussions like today. Because this is about unity, this is about building the bridges. Since last conference of presidents and general secretaries, in Asia, 9 presidents changed, 10 general secretaries been replaced. Meaning that for the new presidents and general secretaries, it's a great opportunity to have the onboarding and induction. Otherwise, you need to travel and to see and introduce yourself. But here, there's fantastic opportunity for you to engage and again, network and build the bridges. Once again, I would like to thank you for giving the opportunity for all of us to be here. Thank you to the Saudi Association, Football Federation of Saudi Arabia for great hospitality, of course. And I think that was important what been discussed yesterday, what is discussed today and tomorrow. And I'm sure you will take a lot of new ideas from different speakers, try to implement and work together, taking football further in your countries. And to conclude, I would like to congratulate 8 teams qualified to the World Cup, and of course, good luck for the future matches. And now I'm open for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Al-Khan. That was enlightening. And now we would like to open the floor for questions, if any. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Khalil Salim. I'm the General Secretary of West Asia Football Federation. It's very clear there's a lot of initiatives that FIFA is undertaking to ensure development of football activities in the region across confederations. When member associations and regional associations look at the funding pool that's being provided by FIFA, some of that money is not usually utilized, or some member associations don't utilize that funding. So it's very important I just want to understand your view of how to ensure that that money is kept with the regions and the member associations when those member associations are not using the money. I mean, you see some of the forward money that's staying within FIFA and going to global funds. So I just want to understand, how can we establish a mechanism for member associations and regional associations and confederations to make sure that that money is kept within that segment of football development rather than be unutilized. So if a member association in West Asia is not utilizing funds or not putting together pitches or whatever of the programs that are part of Forward, how can we establish the proper mechanism to ensure that we incentivize that member association, firstly, to utilize that incentive that's being provided by FIFA? And if not, how do we make sure that the region or the confederation is able to use the same amount of money that was originally allocated to that member association to be injected back into football as opposed to anything else? So I think that coordination, I mean, it's important to get the information on who's participating, who's not, but to ensure that there's a real strategy to say, when FIFA puts $100 million into football development, into AFC, today that money actually goes back to AFC if member associations don't use that funding appropriately.
Thank you for the question. We have some member associations which unfortunately till today did not utilize forward funds. And we have extended the deadline to use this money. We are now coming to the end of the Forward 3.0 cycle program, and the new one will starting from 2027. And we have some member associations, not only in Asia, in Europe, in Americas, and Africa as well. We reach out to them, we do remind them that they have a certain amount of money to be invested, and there is justified reasons sometimes. It could be because of the conflicts in the country, they cannot reinvest money to the infrastructure. They wait for the conflict to be finished. Unfortunately, this is the case, and this is a reality. So we make sure that money belongs, these funds belongs to the member associations. And we're not going to use them for the other reasons. The first priority to reinvest this money and to keep as reserve for the member association. Also, it could be based on, especially when we're talking about the Forward program, and some money not used, not utilized, we're talking about the infrastructure, specific projects funds, which is equal to 3 million today. Because operational funds, they are used anyway for the operational purposes. So we make sure that FIFA keeps this money. That was the reason why we have extended the deadline for all the countries, because some of them have not used at all. Some of them that still have a balance, and we can already see that this balance will still exist. By the way, I did not mention it, I think it's important to mention, Why the FIFA Arena is unique opportunity? Because FIFA Arena is a tangible investment by FIFA outside of forward program. So it is something new which was initiated by FIFA president to give opportunities to provide grassroots program outside of FIFA forward. So member association can of course continue applying for the similar projects to have more pitches, but these 2 pitches to kick off and to start, FIFA will do it at FIFA's cost. Thank you. Please, there's a question.
Thank you so much. First of all, congratulations to FIFA for a wonderful FIFA Club World Championship. And very impressed and fortunate for all of us that there's so much of income generation. A lot of incentives also for clubs because they do get a lot of funds, of course, definitely not enough. Just wanted to find out because, you know, for clubs, finance is really important. The more money you have, the better players you can get, and therefore your performance improves. So when FIFA allocates a lot of funds for the qualifying teams, and then also for the ones who do better, they get a lot of funds, it actually enhances their capacity and capability to actually get better and better. But what about the other clubs that don't have these finances and resources? What is the opportunity that the FIFA Club Championship revenues, is there any thought from FIFA to actually start filtering a little bit of these resources down to clubs and supporting them?
Yes, we are currently thinking of the way of solidarity to spread the solidarity of the financial contribution and revenues to the other clubs within the region and within the countries as well. So we are on it, we are working on it. And this is something similar to the national team competition, to the World Cup as well. When a team qualifies to the World Cup, they receive a prize money. And this is already a responsibility of the member association to reinvest this money. Some of them give this prize money to the players. Some of them reinvest to the grassroots and development as well. Of course, there is a revenue from the World Cup, which we create a FIFA forward program as well. So we are now in the process of assessment and thinking how we can make sure that other clubs will be financial participating in the financial revenue of the Club World Cup. But we are on it. We need to have a solidarity mechanism, of course. But we're happy to have such a high number of revenue from the Club World Cup because this money will be reinvested anyway to the country, to the cities, as I said, to the infrastructure as well. There's one more question.
Hello Elkan, good afternoon, and good morning, sorry. And thank you for that insightful presentation and the nice videos a while ago. So my name is Andy, I'm from ASEAN Football Federation, and my question to you as the FIFA CMAO is what can the regional association, what are the roles and responsibilities of the regional associations in the delivery of the mission and vision of FIFA, and then what can we do more to support your FIFA's mission and vision?
You mean regional offices, right?
The regional association.
Yes, we work closely with the regional association through the regional offices as well, and directly through the zonal federations too. So, but we always want to have involvement of the confederations. So we do support regional associations, zonal associations through the confederations too. And we will continue, and as you know, there have been a number of competitions already organized within the regions. And we try to see how we can enhance by having more teams maybe, and to have a consistency in this kind of competitions, because regional competition is also important for international matches, for international experience, for the players, for the teams as well. And we'll continue the same way to support you in terms of competition.
Thank you for your questions. Khan, please remain on stage, and now we would like to invite FIFA Council member and President of the Saudi Arabian Football Federation, Mr. Yasser Al-Mishal, for the panel presentations. President, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Al-Khan. We will now break for lunch and reconvene at 2 p.m. sharp. Enjoy your break, and we look forward to seeing you shortly. Thank you.
Not here for the glory, I'm here cause they called me. They said that they needed a hero, guess this is my origin story. So no turning back then, when the whole city's collapsing. You know it's time, all on the line. Okay, I'm ready for action. I can feel the ground shaking. I'm charging up, I'm electric. You better come at me with all you got, cause I'm ready. I'm ready, power up. Time to suit up in the main. Power up. Make you remember my name. Power up. Is that a bird or a plane? Power up. Here I come to save the day. Power up. Come on, power. Come for the power. I want my power. Time to suit up in the main. Power up. Make you remember my name. Power up. Is that a bird or a plane? Power up. Here I come to save the day. Power up. Telling you I'm ready to go, letting you know, cause I'm never alone. The ones that I roll with are incredibly known for getting down to the nitty gritty. If you're really with me, let's go. Mobians, understand me standing under a victory canopy. Canopy, the enemy was hitting keys, ready to drive at top speed. Let's get it out. Wake up, victory's mine. On top, still on the grind. Gotta go get it right now. Holla at me if you're with me. It's time. Make it, show the world that I shine in our greatness. Keep it real, never gon' fake this. Till we make it, till we make it. Taking off, flying high like a spaceship. Take control, take a shot, what you waiting for? Keep it real, never gon' fake this. Till we make it, till we make it. It'll take over God, we gon' make it. Keep it real, never gon' fake this. Taking off, flying high like a spaceship. Take control, take a shot, what you waiting for? Keep it real, never gon' fake this. Till we make it, till we make it.
The road to World Cup 26 continues.
Well, as expected, electric start to this game.
Bringing it forward, thinks about the shot, and he finds the corner with a blistering drive.
Celino Ferdinand who centres it for Robinay. Son Heung-min, that is marvellous from Son. South Korea lead and it comes from the left boot of Son. As the next cross comes in and it's headed home there by Maeda.
Free kick is saved.
To send it into the middle and it's gone all the way through. 10 minutes to go here. Al Sanea with the cross and Yusuf Al Suleiman with his second of the game.
Uzbekistan have their breakthrough. It has been coming.
From distance, chance now, lovely cutback onto his left foot. And what a finish, Palestine coming back right at the death. That is a superb ball in. That was just sublime from the Qatar captain. Afif with the long ball. China come forward, ball into the middle. And Zhang Yuning. Al-Shadri here, he plays the one too much, very clever it seems. And he slides home the shot ball. But his delivery as Moon hits out the top corner. Free kick for DPR Korea and it's straight into the top corner. The ball comes in and it's nicked inside the near post. Oh, Naimat within second. Jordan back in. And how about that for an equaliser from Ayman Hussein? An acrobatic finish was the trigger to find save back inside to Al-Dosari. And Saudi Arabia, how about that for a finish?
I'm feeling golden, lost in the moment. It's taking over me. Keep your composure, you know that I want ya. Can you just hold that beat? Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. In the night time, baby, we lose control. Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. We don't need no sun anymore.
Just turn the lights out, baby. We don't need no sun anymore.
We lose control. I'm feeling golden, lost in the moment. It's taking over me. Keep your composure, you know that I want ya. Can you just hold that beat? Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. In the night time, baby, we lose control. Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. We don't need no sun anymore.
Just turn the lights out, baby.
We don't need no sun anymore.
story. I'm here cause they called me. They said that they needed a hero, guess this is my origin story. So no turning back then, when the whole city's collapsing. You know it's time, all on the line. Okay, I'm ready for action. I can feel the ground shaking. I'm charging up, I'm electric. You better come at me with all you got, cause I'm ready. I'm ready, power up. Time to suit up in the main. Power up. Make you remember my name. Power up. Is that a bird or a plane? Power up. Here I come to save the day. Power up. Come on, power. Keep for the power. I want my power. Time to suit up in the main. Power up. Make you remember my name. Power up. Is that a bird or a plane? Power up. Here I come to save the day. Power up. Standing away from telling you I'm ready to go, letting you know, cause I'm never alone. The ones that I roll with are incredibly known for getting down to the nitty gritty. If you really willing, let's go. Mobians, understand me standing under a victory canopy. Canopy, the enemy was handing keys, ready to drive at top speed. Let's get it out. Wake up, victory's mine. On top, still on the grind. Gotta go get it right now. Holla at me if you're with me. It's time. Take over God, we gon' make it. Show the world that it's shining our greatness. Keep it real, never gon' fake this. Till we make it, till we make it. Taking off, flying high like a spaceship. Take control, take a shot, what you waiting for? Keep it real, never gon' fake this. Till we make it, till we make it. Gonna take over God, we gon' make it. Keep it real, never gon' fake this. Taking off, flying high like a spaceship. Take control, take a shot, what you waiting for? Keep it real, never gon' fake this. Till we make it, till we make it.
The road to World Cup 26 continues.
Well, as expected, electric start to this game.
Bringing it forward, thinks about the shot, and he finds the corner with a blistering drive.
Celino Ferdinand who centres it for Robiney.
Son Heung-min, that is marvellous from Son. South Korea lead, and it comes from the left boot of Son. Next cross comes in, and it's headed home there by Maeda.
Free kick is saved.
To send it into the middle, and it's gone all the way through.
2 minutes to go here. Al-Sanea with the cross, and Yusuf Al-Suleiman with his second of the game.
Uzbekistan have their breakthrough. It has been coming.
From distance, chance now, lovely cutback onto his left foot. And what a finish, Palestine coming back right at the death.
That is a superb ball in. That was just sublime from the Qatar captain. Afif with the long ball.
China come forward, ball into the middle. And Zhang Yuning.
Al-Shadri here, he plays the 1-2, that's very clever indeed. And he slides home the shot ball. But a delivery as Moon picks out the top corner.
post. Oh, 9 butts with his second. Jordan back in. And how about that for an equaliser from Ayman Hussein? An acrobatic finish was the trigger to find save back inside to Dosari. And Saudi Arabia, how about that for a finish?
I'm feeling golden, lost in the moment. It's taking over me. Keep your composure, you know that I want ya. Can you just hold that beat? Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. In the night time, baby, we lose control. Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. We don't need no sunlight anymore.
Just turn the lights out, baby. We don't need no sunlight anymore.
We lose control. I'm feeling golden, lost in the moment. It's taking over me. Keep your composure, you know that I want ya. Can you just hold that beat? Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. In the night time, baby, we lose control. Just turn the lights out, baby. Let it go. We don't need no sunlight anymore.
Just turn the lights out, baby.
We don't need no sunlight anymore. I'm
Test, test.
When ASEAN is united, we speak with one voice. The language of football. With the unity of our 12 member associations, we continue to grow stronger together. Excellence begins off the pitch with progressive and transformative management, built on trust, collaboration, and integrity. And through every Congress and executive meeting, ASEAN stays aligned, focused, and future-ready. When ASEAN is united, football thrives on and off the pitch. When ASEAN is united, we inspire millions in stadiums, on screens, and across generations. Unity empowers everyone. Boys and men. Unity also empowers the girls and women. Bangkok witnessed the classic final of the ASEAN Championship.
Oh, what a finish!
When ASEAN is united, we change lives for the better. We never lose sight of our purpose. When ASEAN is united, no goal is out of reach. Not even beating Manchester United 1-0 in Kuala Lumpur. When ASEAN is united, we can overcome anything. Together, we create the future of ASEAN football. When ASEAN is united, we speak with one voice. Ball. When ASEAN is united, we speak with one voice. The language of football.
Ladies and gentlemen, please begin taking your seats. The conference will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in 5 minutes. Kindly take your seats.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and had a good break. We now turn our attention to a panel discussion that brings us closer to the heart of Asian football's structure and progress, the journey and evolution of the AFC regional associations. That panel is moderated by the AFC Deputy General Secretary, Mr. Wahid Kardani. And now I would like to pass him the floor. Wahid, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. And also, I hope we have a fruitful and constructive discussion today. I spoke to our General Secretary before. I said, I really don't know what to expect from this panel discussion. Individually, these guys, each of them, are very difficult to have a discussion with. Now there are 5 together. Either we have a constructive discussion or they will ruin my career, okay? So this is like the outcome probably today. I've also reminded them to be politically correct, factually as well, and let's see if they follow. The journey and evolution of the regional association started when President Gianni Infantino was running for FIFA presidency in 2016. When he was in Africa, President Gianni, he met a lot of regional associations. They had louder voices in the continent, and he decided to support the regional associations financially. And similarly, in Asia, we have 5 regional associations, as you all know. So since 2017, we started each regional association for a cycle, paid them $4 million, and this money comes from FIFA. So FIFA added $20 million since 2017 per cycle to the development of football through regional associations. In 2018, the AFC Congress in Kuala Lumpur recognized the 5 regional associations. A year later, in 2019, they started having their executive committee members in our exco. And same year, we approved a budget, a financial assistance for regional association, $250,000 each, which the program started from 2020 to 2024. We also helped the regional association to revise their statutes, make them in line with the AFC standards and principles of good governance. The regional association started shaping their independent bodies, and also in 2025, the AFC doubled the financial assistance. So from 25 to 28, we paid them $2 million, $500,000 each year. Our aim was that we provide supports for their staff salaries, make sure that they have HQs, they can have their congresses fully paid. And the regulations that we developed was something that we consulted all of them. I remember that in the beginning when I went to WAF HQ, they shared with me a lot of important information that helped us like to deal with these regulations. The expansion, of course, went on. This year we approved a new initiative called Corner. We want regional association like us in AFC to have a HQ, where we are based in Kuala Lumpur in the 60s so far. We want them to have a brand new HQ. They buy their HQ, they construct it, so they have a budget over there as well. And we in AFC, we call them mini AFCs. So we have mini AFCs in different regions. And this is what we are doing. We're trying to create a capable organization across the continent and decentralize some of our capabilities. But at the same time, they need to, in terms of capability and potential, they need to be similar if we want to decentralize some of our workloads in the future. Allow me to introduce the panelists today. To my right, Khalil As-Salem from Jordan. He's been the General Secretary of WAF since 2017, appointed by current President, His Royal Highness, Princess Ali ibn al-Hussein. And Khalil before was the General Secretary of Jordan Football Association I remember in 2010, if I'm right. And he has a vast experience in finance and banking. Winston Lee, to my left, everyone knows him. He's been appointed in 2019 when the president, Major General Keir Samet, he became the president of the ASEAN Football Federation. Previously, Winston was the vice president of the Confederation, ExCo member, marketing consultant for FIFA, as well as the general secretary of his country, Football Association Singapore. Next to him, we have Ologbek Karimov. He was again appointed in 2019 when President Rostam Emomali became the president of CAFA in Central Asia. He has vast experience in football administration. He worked for Tajikistan Football Federation and is one of the finest in this team. Next to Ologbek, I have my former colleague from Asian Football Confederation who has been appointed as the General Secretary of EFF since 2023. Yusuke, at the same time, is the Director of International Relations for Japan Football Association, one of our finest member associations across the continent. And last but not least, Mr. Kettel, again, my former colleague in the AFC, has more than 17 years of experience in the Confederation. He worked in different roles, governance, development, competition, and he's been appointed since April 2025 by the President of South Asian Football Federation, Mr. Qazi Salahuddin. Let me ask the first question from Mr. Khalil As-Saleh. From 2019 to 2034, 15 years, in this region, in West Asia, we have 2 World Cups have been hosted, Qatar and Saudi Arabia, and Asian Cup in 2019, 23, and 27, and if not more. How WAF benefits from hosting these competitions?
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank you, Vahid, for organizing this. And before we go to your question, I'd like to thank AFC for organizing this important seminar together. It's a great place to share experiences and learn from each other. So thank you for that. I think having competitions in a certain region allows for an infrastructure boost, firstly, for those member associations. Where we looked at a wonderful tournament in Qatar for the World Cup, and hopefully one in Saudi Arabia coming up. That has been a major boost to the interest and participation of youth in the region towards that. Today we look up at the Qatari experience and hopefully the Saudi experience and try to emulate it in terms of the enthusiasm and the infrastructure upgrade that has happened over those countries. As you know, hosting tournaments in football allows really the government to be moved in those territories. The government let it be the Jordanian, for example, government, when they hosted the Under-17 Women World Cup, it really forces the government into a situation where they have to upgrade that infrastructure in a manner that's conducive to the FIFA and AFC standards. So it's extremely important, and I think as regional federations, there's also, in any regional federation, there's the have and have-nots in terms of financial capabilities. And whenever there is a country that is less financially equipped to host, and AFC or FIFA gives that opportunity to that country, it really provides a stimulus for growth. A stimulus for growth for participation, if it's a women activity or a futsal activity or a beach activity that's not really under the radar, but more importantly, an infrastructure upgrade for that country. So we've talked historically about looking at rotational hosting of tournaments within the different regions and having the regions really really try to collaborate between each other and between the different member associations in hosting, because certain countries, at least in our region, are a lot of times incapable of hosting on their own. So joint hosting and making sure that everyone has an opportunity towards hosting a competition will really allow the infrastructure upgrade, the participation, but also the stakeholders all working together towards a single goal.
Excellent. It's fascinating to see how regional tournaments and global events can transform the football ecosystem, especially in the region. Let me ask the next question to Winston Lee. Winston, ASEAN region have also evolved commercially. Your championship from a beer sponsor to cars, electronics, to airlines, and now online shopping platform, and now a global brand linked to FIFA World Cup. What would be the next for your organization?
Thank you, Wahid, for the question. And I think for us, I must say, for a start, we are in this privileged position because of our child member association. Without the unity and the cooperation and all the hard work by the member association, we will not be here where we are today. And having attracted a brand like Hyundai, this is again just another step towards our continuous process to commercialize all our football assets. For the next step, we would obviously continue to extract as much value as much from the ASEAN Championship, which is our crown jewel. But as all of you are aware, in the crown, there are other jewels too. So we have other competition that we need to start as a second phase now to commercialize. If you maybe you have heard of the ASEAN Club Championship that we have introduced recently, which is one of the assets that we have managed to commercialize through the leadership of our president, and our council member, and of course, as I said before, our child members association. The other thing that we have also commercialized now is our women's football championship, as well as our under-23, which is of course the value is not the same, but it's, as I say, you need a phased approach. You need time to build on the value, and of course, when we speak of value, it's not just about sponsorship. We need to talk about broadcasting and all that. So in short, the next step for the ASEAN is to diversify our revenue, by not putting all our basket in one egg, which is the ASEAN Championship. We need to build on our other football assets.
Thanks, Winston. It's inspiring to see how each region is finding their own way to grow the game, ASEAN commercial expansion, and Central Asia's efforts to strengthen the competition pathway. So let me ask the next question to Mr. Olokbek. Recently, you've concluded your CAF Nations Cup in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent. President Gianni was there as well for the finals. What was the main motivation of CAFA and your member association, and did you face any challenges throughout this time?
Hello everyone, and salam alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank AFC for giving us this opportunity, sitting here with our colleagues. It's an honor for me. And I would like to thank Saudi Arabia Football Federation for their hospitality and great event organization. And coming back to our question, well, to answer for your question, I think we have to go back to the 2023 when the first edition of this competition was organized, CAF Nations Cup. It was conducted in Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. What was the motivation behind our project? Well, initially we wanted to create a tournament, a product that would be interesting for all our participants, so that they can compete in the international level, so that they have more international matches. Mm-hmm. The second motivation, I would say that it was rivalry. We have amazing rivalries within our region. If you watched our competition, I believe that Wahid, you watched this competition. All our home matches are full house. For example, I will bring you an example. Tajikistan playing against Afghanistan or Iran. The stadium is full, 20,000, right? But however, comparing to, no offense to any other competitions or teams, I will bring you an example. Tajikistan again playing Asian Cup qualification stage at home, and stadium is empty. You see, these rivalries, we have to use them. When the two neighbors are playing, you always have an interest of sponsors, fans, teams, coaches, member associations. Everyone is involved and everyone is interested and happy. And you have a good media coverage as well. The next key motivation was also that we had back in 2023 a really good feedbacks from all the stakeholders, from all the parties that were involved in this competition. Actually, all the member associations wanted to have this competition on a yearly basis, but we understand that our capacity is not enough to have this competition on a yearly basis. So we decided to organize this competition once in 2 years. So coming back to 2025, the challenge that we faced back in 2023 were basically the funds. It's always not easy to have like sponsors for the product that is new, and nobody knows what is going to be the outcome. But back in 2025, since this is the second edition, we didn't face that kind of challenge like funds, so it went a little bit more smooth for us. And I think the ones who watched our competition maybe saw that this competition was supported by FIFA. And this shows us, indicates us that we are doing right thing, we are on the right track. The support of FIFA was also very essential for us because the Matthias and Ilhan and his team, they organized a local organizing committee out of the FIFA staff, and that staff come to Kaffa, to Tashkent. They were on site helping us, sharing their expertise, their experience. So it also means a lot for us. It means that we are doing the right things,
Excellent. It's clear that the landscape of football in Central Asia is evolving. Let me ask the next question to Katel. When you took the position as the General Secretary, you said that the region has so much opportunities and challenges, correct? How South Asia trying to tackle these challenges so far, if you could explain for us, please.
Thank you, Vaid. Good afternoon, everyone. Vaid, that was the perspective from an outsider.
Okay.
Now I'm already 7 months in SAP, and now I think there are more opportunities than the challenges.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Good.
But yes, there are challenges. We have different types of challenges, but some challenges as an organization you can deal with. For example, our main objective is to build the capacity of on and off the pitch. Okay. That is the objective of regional association. Off the pitch is officials. That one we can do by organizing courses, seminars. Thanks to AFC for enhance, we have enough fund I would say, to organize the courses. Next year alone, we are planning to have a FIFA referee assessor course, level 1 futsal course, futsal referee course, a course on technology that could be on VAR or could be on this portable VAR, AI, or something on video analyst, which we don't have in the region apart from a couple of member association. And also we are doing a pro license coaching course by affiliating ourselves with one of the member association, because AFC technical department told us that regional association, because they do not have convention, they cannot organize. So that's how we can cope with those challenges. For the players, of course we need to come up with a lot of competition. Next year alone we have 11 competitions planned. Many of them are new also, futsal men's, futsal women, SAF Club Championship, SAF School Championship, and also SAF Under 23 Championship. These are the new competitions. So organize more and more competition so that you cope with this challenge of capacity building on the pitch. Then there are the third kind of challenge is operational, mainly related with the organization. So organization, you need to lay the foundation properly. So amendment of the statutes in principle of FIFA and AFC. Since I took over, I already amended our statutes twice, and also looking for this guideline line from AFC to amend the statutes again. But the main challenge is, these are the challenges that you can cope. There are some challenges which is beyond your control. It depends whom you are dealing with. When we deal with the primary stakeholders, who are member associations, AFC, FIFA, it's very easy so far. I'm very thankful to all the organizations. Member association, they came to us and say, like, if you want any help, any support, we are ready to provide. So AFC also, I sent so many requests to AFC and FIFA through the AFC, and so far, those which are not possible, of course, it's not possible, but those possible, I have get all the support from AFC and FIFA. But the main challenge is to deal with the secondary stakeholders. Secondary stakeholders means, for example, government. South Asia is a bit conflicted area. There are restrictions, travel ban, this and that. But based on my discussion with the member association, all of us have the traveling member association, the hosting member association, everyone has shown this, this willingness to make sure that we participate in all the competition, all the 7 member associations, which is very important for us. Then we have infrastructure related issue also, our member association. We have 11 competition coming up, but if they have this if they have this national team, men's, women's playing at that time, during that competition, during that period, then we need to shift our competition. So 11 competition is like throughout the year we are planning to do the competition. So these are the things which we need to be careful about. And there are situational crises, I would say, not challenges. For example, BFF President Mr. Tawhid Awal already said it's very unpredictable region. True. Bangladesh, I give you the example, President. Bangladesh team went to Nepal for this double header, friendly. First match, everything quiet, calm, all enjoying, no problem. The next day, it was the biggest revolution of the country in the history. Third day, lawlessness, everything, and the team was stuck there. They need to go back to Bangladesh. These are the things. I mean, and also this media scrutiny is one of our challenges. The media are like always put us under scrutiny. Sometimes I get called 11 o'clock at night on the weekend, asking some league regulation, the competition regulation, which in mind we may not have like the response. Even the weather is unpredictable. We organized one competition. 2 days was fantastic, and the third day, overnight it rained, and next day the pitch was unable, like very, very bad condition. Thanks to our member association, hosting association, and the participating member association for their understanding, we cope that challenge. So these are the things that are the challenges, but many, 80% of the challenges, by good administration, we can deal with, but 20% we all need to work together. We need to try our best to face.
Thanks, Qatar. Okay, Yusuke-san. East Asia, everyone knows that they're very strong in terms of commercial revenue. Unfortunately, after pandemic, the revenue of EFF has been declining. Do you think your leadership can turn this around?
Thank you very much, Bahid-san, and thank you very much for the AFC and Saudi Arabian Football Federation for hosting this and having us for this wonderful opportunity. So to answer your question, actually, it's a tough question. Maybe we might have different perspective concerning the value of the EFF E1 Football Championship. In today's rapidly changing, evolving global football landscape, actually we must keep ourselves improved and to adapt to quickly changing situation and environment. And actually, we take this as a great opportunity to analyze and to reassess how we can revamp and revitalize our competition. And under the leadership of the EFF president, Mr. Chung, we actually established a task force to review our competition structure and format. So now we are actively discussing how we can attract for more E1 football championship, and our goal is to have a sustainable commercial model, so that one of our initiative is to collaborate with our league from participating member associations. So we have engaged more with the J League and K League to promote our players, also their players in our competitions. And when we had our E1 Football Championship in this July in Korea Republic. So we are working on it, and we are trying to value our competition.
Thank you, Mr. Son. Very interesting insight. Next question to Winston. 12-member association, your championship is growing. How you ensure that your members they benefit from this growth? And just before you answer, I want to just quote our General Secretary today in the morning when he spoke about equity rather than equality. Less privileged member association, or those that they have less annual income, are they benefiting more than those that they have more money coming to their federations?
Thank you for the question. Right. Before that, I'd just like to make a comment about sponsorship and commercial. We all face, I mean, it's just not the regional association, the member association face challenges, especially after the pandemic, on securing more revenues, whether it's through sponsorship or broadcast. Some of the things, of course, we are here today to learn and share, and one of the things we can share is that for the ASEAN, one of there are a few things that we did to really get ourselves into a better position. Obviously, one is to rebrand ourselves. And one of the things under our president we did was to, instead of calling our competition AFF Championship, AFF Under 16, we rebranded it to ASEAN Championship. The reason why we did it is because when you say it's ASEAN, it's more prestigious. You are now talking about a pride of a region that you are fighting, the trophy. And it has a lot of effect. One is, of course, to the team. Now they are fighting for not an AFF Cup, but a regional pride. And that comes with also commercial interest, because once you have a tournament that is not so much a organization alone, an AFF Cup, but an ASEAN Cup, sponsors and broadcasters became more interested, so are fans, which will translate to commercial values. So this is one of the things we like to share. I think the other thing that we need to look at is also, when it's about sponsorship, it's not just about, the sponsors do not just want to look at logo exposure. They want something that makes not just football sense, but business sense, not just branding sense, but it's business sense. Example will be, we can combine a few things. Let's say we take example of a isotonic drink, right? Which is our sponsor, and the things you can do with the brand, apart from putting up their logo, is really for them to be able to connect. All the brands want to connect with their customers. Of course, one of the ways is to give them opportunity to then, how do they connect? So some of the things that we can be done, for example, will be to have players organizing football clinics, as an example. But these football clinics is not just to play football, because school also needs reason why they should allow you to take up the time of the children, while academic performance is more important. So we will then devise a program whereby the players goes into the school. They are not there just to promote the isotonic drink. They are there to teach the kids to play football but at the same time to share values about football. One example, they will tell the kids, okay, if you want to play football, you must be disciplined, right? You must be disciplined in practicing. But you must also then use that discipline to study, to work, and that resonates with the school because the school wants the kids to be disciplined. And of course, we say football teaches you respect. You have to respect your teammate, the equipment that you're using from the school. But that also resonates with the school and the parents too, because you teach them to respect the other races, but also respect the parents as part of the football values. But then how does it benefit the sponsors? For this isotonic drink, they also give them a chance, of course, to then go into the school, right? And then, of course, they will use the opportunity to say, okay, and one of the thing you need to do is to be disciplined, to take care of your body. And after you play the game, you need to hydrate yourself by drinking the Bacardi drink, for example. So this is just just adding on to what we was discussed. As far as the AFF is concerned, about the question about how do we ensure that what our achievement and our success is shared among the members. As I previously mentioned, without the members, we would not be where we are. And obviously, we have make it, and under our president, he make it very clear that the success and our efforts must be translated to shared progress of our child member association. So there are some things that we have done. I don't want to go through this, the whole initiative that we have, because we only have another 30 minutes. I know Khalid will take up 28 minutes of the time, so I reduced it the last minute for myself now. So some of the things we do, apart from having a grant, equal grant to the members, there are other things that we do apart. Obviously, there will be courses that we conduct for capacity building. We also, in order, I think Andy mentioned about competition, which is a very important part of development, high performance. So for all our competition, all the participating team, for example, they do not need to pay a single cent. They just pack their bag, airfares, accommodation is all taken care for them, because it's important for us to ensure that they play more competition, but instead of just giving them money. The other thing is that after every cycle that we have, and our president and our council is always stressing on a point about making sure that every dollar we spend makes football and business sense. And whatever saving we have, of course, the lesson we learned from pandemic, we need to have reserve. Even without a pandemic, there's the need to reserve. But we also channel a portion back to the members. And you mentioned about infrastructure issues that we all face. I mean, it's not just one region. Every region and every members association always require more infrastructure. So one of the things the president has introduced is a members association infrastructure fund, where we give our members 500,000 each, so that they can do something to improve their infrastructure. All right. So these are some of the things that we do to make sure that we ensure that whatever we do is shared with our members. As I mentioned, if whatever we do is not meaningful or purposeful unless there is shared progress among the members. Thank you.
Thanks, Winston. Ologbek, building a strong institution, organizations, depends heavily on human resources. How do you invest in your staff?
Well, I agree with this quote 100%. Referring to the yesterday's panel, we had a panel of the leaders of high-performing member associations. However, we all know that the good leadership is very important. They make the decisions, they have the vision, the mission, but the implementation, the execution of those vision and decisions are upon the team. So it's very important to have the right people, educated people in the right places. And I would say that we are very lucky because we have this ACE Academy. So you don't have to invest your money, your time, your energy. So this job is done by AFC. Even if I do this, I mean, find some funds to educate them, spend my time and energy, I would not do it better than the AFC does. So thanks to AFC for having this amazing program. So the programs are different, certificates and diplomas for all kind of levels for your employees. So yeah, but we have, of course, we have some team building activities within our office, but those activities are mostly for creating a good atmosphere, good environment, so that we all respect each other. You have to respect your staff. You have to truly value them. And when you have this kind of attitude towards your staff, I think that you have a highly motivated and very efficient office.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Let's turn our focus to development, AFC Development Fund. The regulation which I mentioned before, with consultation of the regional associations, we developed prior to 2020. Khalil, you were the first beneficiary of our AFC Regional Association Fund in 2020. Can you share some of your achievements, success stories?
Yeah. Firstly, I've been part of this process for a while, and I've seen the effect, Vahid, of the money that was given to regional associations in terms of building capacity, ensuring we have an infrastructure upgrade. For example, WAF was able to purchase its own headquarters through the program, and it really allowed us to build capacities in terms of organizational capacities, legal capacities, financial capacities within the staff. So I think that program has been extremely important in positioning us today as a regional federation to look at other opportunities, whether it's commercialization opportunities, whether it's the organization of more competitions. The AFC has been extremely instrumental in making sure that our legal status is put in the right shape, financially, that we are more sustainable as an organization, and allows us to focus on the ground. Today, I think regional associations, because of your support as AFC, administratively and financially, we are at an inflection point that's extremely important. An inflection point that allowed us, today we have put together the right framework, whether it's legal, whether it's administrative, whether it's marketing, and more importantly, competition, to allow us to the next step of our development. Because the foundation is there today. When I first joined WAF, we were looking at a competition to 2 competitions a year. In the past couple of years, we've averaged 8, 9 competitions. Some of them being funded through the FIFA program that has been extremely important in allowing us to have that competitions. But also part of them were funded through AFC. We have, for example, looked at, during the COVID times, we've looked at electronic sports competitions, and that was funded through the AFC program because it was not part of the FIFA Forward. So I think the AFC has really allowed us to mature as an organization, allowed us to mature administratively, and really allowed us to move on to the next step. As we've discussed previously, I think regional federations are at an important point where we need to really look at what is our role and what is our positioning within the FIFA AFC footballing pyramid. Today, we've really been integrated financially through your support. We've been integrated legally and politically through the representation of AFC Exco, which are extremely important points. Today, we need to look at, are we ready as regional associations to be integrated within the footballing pyramid? Correct. How do we ensure that everything that has been built since 2017, since the beginning of Forward to the AFC Enhance and today, how do we integrate ourselves into that footballing pyramid? Excellent. How do we become part of the landscape of football development? Are we a development agency? Are we a development foundation? Or are we part of that footballing pyramid? Because when you look at any kind of participation metric, or any hosting metric, the real motivation is being part of AFC competitions. And today, I can tell you that AFC Enhance and FIFA Forward have positioned the regional federations in an ideal location to allow us to take our next step of development. Because really, the next step of development is integration within football. What is our position now that we are part of the political play? And we're part of the financial play and can look at the sustainability. Everything is driven in football in general. I'm not a footballer, so I can't speak to that, but everything is driven from the ability to compete and where does your competition take you. Today, if a competition takes you to AFC, it drives your institutional capacities, it drives your administrative capacities, and more importantly, it drives your commercial capacities as well. Because today we have the right foundations to take that next step. So I think, and we've spoken to it about it with AFC historically, is how do we become what you described as a mini AFC on the football pitch? What is our role, what is our staff's role, what's our commercial strategy to ensure that we take the next step of development through football.
Thank you, Khalil. Now, moving from West Asia to ASEAN again, Winston has a great team. They're working from home, remotely, correct?
Yes.
And at the same time, they deliver top-level competition. How do you do it?
I think the important thing for us about working remotely is really about three key points, because the daily work of my colleagues is the heartbeat of our organization. So while they work remotely, there are three things that we are clear about. One is there must be clarity of their roles and responsibility while working from home, right? That's one of the things. The other thing is, of course, we must ensure accountability. They are responsible. Right? There must be clear accountability in terms of outcome, not just output, but we're talking about outcome more than importantly, and of course there's KPI set. Then we are talking about connectivity. Of course, there's now with the AI, it's so easy to connect, okay? So those are just some examples. And obviously, what are the things they have to do on a daily basis? I'm not going to go into all the detail. There is, on a daily basis, there is a harder. Among all the colleagues of mine, they need to have a harder. After the harder, there will be a report to me of the harder, which is a daily report of the team daily report. All right, the report will comprises of different issues. Any challenges, what are the achievements we have done, what did we learn today, and so on and so forth. But on an individual basis, they are accountable to me. And of course, on a weekly basis, there's a report to me on their individual performance, okay? And of course, it will also, I'm not going to go into detail of the report, but it will also encompass things like what is the individual achievement. Okay, the daily report is more of the team achievement, and of the weekly will be more of what they have done, and of course, in the report also what they need kind of help from the organization to empower them, to enable them to achieve the KPIs that we set, And I think working from, obviously, whether you work from home or in person, there are always advantages and disadvantages. But we felt that there are more advantages for, at least for our setup, to have to work from home. But there must be, as I say, a mechanism in place to ensure that the desired outcome is still achieved. Right? And then obviously there must be a key thing with that working from home. There must be a trust factor. You have to be able to trust your staff to be able to be really working, and obviously, as I said, there are mechanisms to check. And then as a leader, you have to be then accessible to them. Because working at home, that means they don't see you. You don't see them. So I have daily calls with my colleagues separately, mostly with Andy. I think most of the time she tries to avoid my call, but no, I'm just kidding. No, but that's important too. As a leader, you have to be, especially working remotely, you have to be very accessible to the staff because you don't see them physically, so that you can actually not just track work progress, but be available, accessible to them, so that in case there's there are any challenges or any opportunity that they need to consult, you're there. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Winston. Now moving from virtual operations to infrastructure. As I mentioned, from 2025, regional association, based on our new program Corner, part of Enhanced, they can buy their own HQ, like what we have in Kuala Lumpur. Something, when you have a HQ, you have a stability. You don't move the HQ today and tomorrow. Presidents, they can change, but the HQ remains the same. It brings, I would say, peace of mind for the staff, for the leadership, executive committees, members, they know whatever they want, they can go to the HQ. I wanted to ask you, Ologbek, I know that you have a plan to utilize these funds for your HQ. How do you see this program empowering regional association in the future?
Yeah, we have the resolution of the mayor of our city. So the land is allocated for the building of the headquarters. And I think that today, General Secretary of AFC, Mr. Datuk Seri, were talking about the enhanced program. For some big MAs, it's not essential. For the others, are very essential. For us, on behalf of CAFA, I would say the enhanced program is vital. It's vital, and having this corner pillar, it's very important. I think that when you have, you already mentioned this, when you have a permanent headquarter, you can concentrate on the products, on the execution, you can concentrate on your work. But when you are moving, it's a step forward. But when you are moving your headquarter every 4 years or 3 years, you are losing time, because it takes time to move one office to another country. You are losing your staff. Probably not everyone will be moving to another country. So you have to find new staff, you have to educate them, so you lose your energy, your time. So this is a certainly step back. So this enhanced program, once again, is very important, and headquarters, in my opinion, is very, very essential. As you've mentioned, the presidents can change. The general secretary can change, the staff can change. It's important when you have the headquarters, then you start working on building the system. When the system is in place, when the permanent headquarters you have, so everything is proper in place, you can change anything you want. And this is not anymore a one-man organization, right? Excellent. So this is very important.
Thank you so much, Ketel. Women's football is massive in your region.
Yes.
Bangladesh and India qualified for Asian Cup next year in Australia. How do you think SAF could contribute to maintain this progress in the future?
Yeah, this is something like a silver lining for our South Asian region. Let's not take the credit away from the member association. It's because of them, their hard work, this thing has been achieved. But it's a real proud moment for all of us in South Asia, that our two teams are playing in Asian Cup, Women's Asian Cup finals in Australia, also in under 20 finals. Yeah, so Bangladesh and India are through to the finals of under 23, under 20, and the main Asian Cup, Women's Asian Cup. Nepal was also very close to book a ticket, and the results of Bhutan and Pakistan were also very, very encouraging. I spoke with the president of Football Federation Sri Lanka and Maldives, and they are also keen to develop women football in their member association. So the future looks really good. The game is, it's a no-brainer to invest in women's football in South Asia, because it's very popular. We have our sub-competition, and we have database, our digital presence of the fans and everything. When we see that, the game is very popular. There is a lot of interest for all types of, all categories of women's football. And if we, given our population, what we have in South Asia, and if we capture this women fan means female fans, which still, I mean, there are so many who are not following it, then the market would be so big. So there is a bigger, brighter future for women's football in South Asia. Coming back to your question, at SAF level, what we do is, like, we have aligned all our competition with the AFC competitions. This year, end of the year, in December, we are doing this SAF Club Championship for the first time. I think amongst the regional association also, SAF Club Women's Championship, regional association also, we are the first one to organize this one. We want to create a pool of women's referee assessor so that all our women's competition we have, because these referee assessors are not only assessing the referees, they are type of coordinators as well. So there could be issues of women referees also, the woman is like, about periods and other things. So it's better to have women referee assessor than men when you appoint them. So there would be a course, all the member association will be asked to send at least one female participant. So we will have 7. We have couple now. So this woman referee assessor will be the one who will be doing all our competition next year for women's competition. We also send our participant to AFC Match Commissioner Conference, the seminar. We want to increase the pool of match commissioner, women's match commissioner as well. At the moment we have 2. And we need to increase that number. Later, we need to have a separate discussion with AFC on how we can do it. So overall, that's what we have done it. But I think we need to have a pilot project to. Your question is about the sustainability of this success.
Progress.
This depends on the member association first of all. Okay. Second, if we want to try for the sustainable development, then we need to have a pilot project where our focus is on women's education as well as grassroots football. We need to bring a lot of girls to play matches, to make a bigger pool in South Asian region. And of course, for that one, we need finances, which we need to, at the moment, we are not sure from where we get these finances. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ketel. Khalil, WAF organized 10 competitions in 2023 and 2024, correct? Yes. Yet, only 5 member associations participated in more than 50% of your competition. Am I right? And you had only 4 hosts. Can you tell us what limits the participation of your member association and why we are not having more hosts than these 4 countries?
Thank you for the question, and it's a clear question, and it goes to the crux of the matter here. Firstly, there are a clear financial strategy on behalf of regional associations to plug money into footballing competitions, and while maintaining the $250,000 amount the cap that goes through the FIFA program. So today FIFA gives us $1.25 million.
Correct.
We put $250,000 into each of those competitions. Right. Our region has a different, let me call it, cost structure involved. So some member associations would average $250,000, $300,000 per competition. Some member associations, for the similar number of participants, would average $500 or $450. Right. So that differentiation makes us really look at 2 categories of member associations. Right. One member association being the one that the competition would be in the region of $250 to $300. And we would cover it entirely by forward. But we also go to member associations that have a cost structure of $500,000 and ask them for a contribution on their own. So that has been purposely put together to ensure that FIFA money goes into our footballing competition. And that's why you look at some member associations like Saudi Arabia that have been extremely eager at supporting WAF competitions, and that really means that member association is putting money into the program. So it drives me to the first point of hosting, which is a comment that I make to our friends at FIFA. We started this program at $1 million. It really reinvigorated the landscape and our ability as regional federations to host competitions. That was about 4 to 5 competitions a year. Last year it was, or in the last cycle, it was increased to 1.25, which was only a 25% increase when member associations got a higher increase, which is a point I'd like to note. And we really look at FIFA and its increase in the next cycle as detrimental to the growth of our ability to put more money into football. Today, the cash that is coming from FIFA is audited by AFC in a very proper audit trail that ensures every single penny is being put into that. Today, those competitions are allowing WAF, for example, to generate commercial opportunities that is invested into the game properly. So I think on the hosting side, we really need to look at the ability to increase funding from FIFA to ensure that the countries at the region of 350,000, 400,000 are fully covered by the FIFA Forward program. In terms of participation, Vahid, I think it takes me to the first point, which is the purpose of regional associations. Today, regional associations, if again, it's one of the suggestions that were made. If regional associations had the ability to qualify the champion of regional associations to AFC competitions, that would drive participation to the fullest. I will have no problem with participating member associations coming in and saying, I want to participate, because they know there's a route towards AFC, which is what everybody wants to be. Today, member associations want to be part of AFC. They look at regional associations today as a vehicle for development, a vehicle for looking at their talent, at preparation. And we've always had that strategy of, doing competitions right before AFC qualifiers. But what really drives competition, what really drives participation, is the ability to have a pathway through that football competition. Again, we look at our women competitions in our region. I'd say 60% of our member associations today have a women active team. When they look at and they say, I am the Yemen team or the Qatari team, actually has a chance of getting there. Because they're facing the regional competitors, it starts to drive competition through that. Whether it's futsal activities, whether it's beach activities or men activities. So really, the carrot at the end of the tunnel is really, what do I want my regional association to do? What's the role of my regional association? But what more importantly, what does my MA get out of participating in our competition? Again, maybe it's a particular to our region. Our region also has a regional association, the Gulf Cup, that also organizes competition for some of our member associations. Today, the Arab League also organizes competition. So there's really an inflection point by regional associations that are today recognized by AFC to say, I want this role for you to do, because that will drive everything. It will really allow us to say, today, as a regional association, have full participation, similar to what you see today in CAFA, because those regional rivalries are so important. They drive commercial, they drive competition, and they drive everything in that segment. So I think what truly will move the stick to the new place is ensuring that that participation, there is an end game, because as you know, I mean, we're not putting any monetary prizes. What benefits MAs is a lot of times monetary prizes, and this is not our role. Our role is to put money into football, into the activities of our member associations, and ensure that they have a technical prize, a competition prize at the end that will allow them to keep growing and building capacity through that.
Okay. Can I add on to it?
Of course, please.
I think adding on to what Khalid has mentioned, if we have a direct pathway, it makes both football and business sense, not just from the footballing perspective. Because from a footballing perspective, obviously, the competition will get more competitive because you're really fighting for more than the regional title. It also helps the player, because in terms of fatigue, now we are saying that the players has too many games, right? There's also the schools and so on and so forth. But from a commercial and business perspective, it makes sense too, because once there is a pathway to a bigger competition like AFC and FIFA, there will be more interest from the public, the fans. It will translate to not just bumps on the seats. There will be more viewership, which means that you will be able to attract more sponsorship. With more sponsorship, there will also be more broadcast revenue. So it's actually a way to, instead of being a vicious cycle, it becomes a virtuous cycle for everyone. So something to think about and consider, and we are definitely with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to comment on the comments of these two gentlemen on my right and left, that we in AFC, we believe that the regional association is still, they are not in the same level. So what they want would have happened if they are in the same level of experience and expertise and capacity. And once they reach to that level, definitely we will be discussing with them. So this is our comment. Yusuke, CAFA and WAF, they organized 5 competitions last year. EFF only 2 competitions. Are you taking any measures to increase your number of competitions?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. So yes, I have to admit that we organize fewer competitions compared to other regional associations such as CAFA or WAF or AFF or SAF, but maybe the challenges comes from different aspects such as high cost of living in the East Asian region, and also the high travel costs for associated to organizing the competition. And also we have some visa issues. We also have some to find appropriate window to accommodate the under 15 players to find during the school holidays. So, but we are committed to build a strong foundation to have a solid competition platform. And with close coordination with our member association in the East, we are looking forward to host more competitions. We are also aware about the importance of the hosting regional competitions before going to the continental or global world competition. So we will be working hard on organizing more competitions in our region.
Excellent. In one word, I want to start with Khalil. What would be the top priority for WAF in terms of football development in the next 3 to 5 years?
In one word?
Yeah.
I'm not good with one word. I think the most important for us is financial sustainability of our federation. And that means, I think AFC has done their part in that. I think now it goes to FIFA and ensuring that FIFA's next development cycle has enough funding for regional associations, because today it has proven the success over the past 4 years. So I think that's important. Secondly is in terms of football competition, is ensuring that the champion of WAF qualifies to Asia AFC competitions. We can start with futsal activities, we could start with women, we could start with beach activities, but I think the goal over the next 2 years is the champion of WAF to qualify to you guys and be part of the footballing family of AFC.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one word in West Asia. Katel?
Yeah, I would say finances.
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 Thank you. Winston? The top priority of your regional association, one word in the next 3-5 years in terms of football development?
I think it's about organization excellence, building that. Yeah.
If Khalil cannot answer with one word, I can answer with no word, just the silence. But the top priority for us for the next 3 years is the club championship.
For EFF, sustainable commercial model to revitalize our
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm mindful of time. I know that we have no time, but I would like to open the floor if you have any questions for our panelists. Shaji?
Why the question is going to be for you, wonderful to see.
For me, no, you don't ask me questions. This for
then you can take it to the boardroom. The question like it's wonderful to see all the regional associations, you know, having discussion, and that's brilliant. And I'm sure, they will be champions going forward. And just, the Katil has mentioned the challenges, yeah? And just, I'm going to take it forward. But, among all the five regional associations, we have to understand, four of them, the West Asia, the ASEAN, the CAFA, and the East Asia, the football is #1 sport. And for South Asia, it is not. Not even,
Not
in
yet.
certain countries, it is not even number lives in South Asia. So what my question is, like Katil has mentioned, the lowest hanging fruit is definitely women's football. The women's have really done well. India, Bangladesh, even Nepal were close to qualifying, and Pakistan also fought well, and then Maldives and Sri Lanka definitely, get inspired and definitely move forward. So my, question is, like, for regional associations, especially for South Asia, and the chief of member association, FIFA, Mr. Mahmoud, is also here. The one strategy, how you can come up with together with FIFA and AFC for South Asia, because 1/4 of humanity cannot be left behind, and it is going to add greater value to football, not only in Asia, for the world, yeah? And the biggest sporting property in Asia comes from South Asia. I'm not going to name the sport, I'm not going to name the property, but that shows everything is there for the football to grow and the opportunities are there. Therefore, my only interest is to see having a specific strategy for South Asia through the regional association to, come up with something tailor-made for South Asia. And I'm sure, Wahid, you are, very motivated to put an impression in South Asia for the football to grow and become an example, yeah? And I'm sure, you will come up with, and definitely, FIFA will team up, and I would like to see that. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Katil. We take note of the comments. Any questions? Yeah, from Bhutan, General Secretary.
Hello. I'm the Bhutan GS. Listening to your talk today, what the key takeaway from this I hear is competition. Competition is the driver, financial driver for you all, for human resource driver. But apart from that, I personally feel that youth development and grassroots is also as important. Therefore, my question to any of the speakers up there is, apart from organizing competitions, what innovative initiatives have you introduced to grow youth and grassroots football in your regions?
Innovative initiatives have
Thank
you
you.
introduced in your regions? Yusuke-san? Innovative
Yes,
initiatives.
so for our, we actually used to organize under 15 competitions in our region because we think it's the first step to go through the international stages and to experience the international competition first. So then and then also during this competition, we also focusing on child safeguarding, and together with the AFC's cooperation, we first organized our child safeguarding seminar this year to push forward also our the child safeguarding and our competitions.
Okay, any answer?
Thank you, Vahid and General Secretaries. I just want to make a point on something that Ulugbek mentioned, which was about the education programs and especially the AFC's Academic Center of Excellence. which has kind of distinguished itself apart from any of the other kind of sports executive programs that have existed for some time, in that it doesn't just pass on the same kind of old information, but it actually tries to embed critical and independent thinking in building new leaders for football. And I understand that some of the regional associations have their staff participating in that and completing it. And my question is, to the General Secretaries, what tangible and observable benefits have they seen from the staff members that have undertaken these courses?
Thank you, Anta. Great questions. Okay, Khalil?
I think, thank you, Anter, for the question. I think the ACE program has been extremely important. AFC today understands some of the challenges that are faced in capacity building for our staff. And I think I have 4 of the staff of WAF that have been part of the program virtually and attending some on-premise seminars. And I think that's quite important because AFC understands how to build capacities. I think Vahid mentioned that he would like all regional associations to be at the same capacity level. And the ACE program is extremely important in ensuring that there's the right financial capabilities within the organization, there's the right organizational capabilities within the organization. So I think the program itself has been extremely important. Additionally, I would also mention AFC's willingness to go out to regional associations and allow us, for example, to send match commissioners to the new, to be nominated by regional associations to be part of the match commissioners. I think, at least on WAF's side, we're really trying to be the mini AFC in education as well. So we are saying, you come and become a WAF, for example, MC, for 2 years, and if you're successful, you graduate to become in AFC and we nominate you there. Similarly with referees, similarly with the security liaisons and so on. So I think really AFC as a parent to regional associations understand how to build capacities within us, but also build capacities within the match organization network that is needed to ensure that we are at the level to qualify our champion to become part of AFC's
Thanks. Thank you, Khalil. Ravi?
Yeah, quick one, Vahid, thank you. So I'm just wondering, do any of the panelists vision a future where you are financially self-sustainable, where the AFC and FIFA funds become a bonus rather than a necessity?
I think Winston can easily answer that. They got so much money.
About what is the question?
Yeah.
No,
Is FIFA planning to take away the funding?
Yeah.
He probably knows something we don't know.
No, I think your question is about whether we will come to a stage where member association or regional association will become financially independent.
Absolutely.
Well, I think in football, I don't think anyone will, maybe especially for regional association, will come to a point that we will be financially independent because there is always a need to reinvest in the game. There's always not enough resources. Whether it's time, money, infrastructure, and everything. So how much money you give to the regional association, to the member association, there will be quality places that they can invest in. Right? We are not in the stage that we can say that we will be not needing any sort of grants or any kind of financial resources. Yeah.
Okay. Alkan, you want to ask a question? I promised him that I don't ask him a question. I don't know now he wants to ask us a question.
Actually, it's not a question, just a remark or comment that FIFA will be always here for member association. We're not going to stop any funding and programs. We're going to expand it even more. And one more thing, I just can tell you from my experience from European member associations, even the richest member association in Europe, the ones who first apply for the forward program at the beginning of every cycle. And this is the truth. Thank you.
Thanks, Alkan. Ladies and gentlemen, we ran out of... okay, Vice President, I can't say no.
Thank you. Thank you, Vahid. I have 2 questions. One is,
amongst all the regional associations, you definitely don't see everyone being equal. You have the ones that are not so advanced, still struggling, some that have reached quite a high level. But I don't see any cooperation amongst the regions where they exchange ideas, technical assistance is being done. So I feel it's important for the larger ones and the ones who have already reached a certain stage to reach out and help the smaller regions with technical assistance, with advice, because if Asia has to grow, it has to grow together. I don't think regions can grow in isolation because it will affect your competitiveness, because we have to play as Asia. Your teams have to play against our teams, and if every time you play our teams, you're going to give our teams 15, 16, 17 goals, there's no competition for you all. So I think this is one aspect that I would like to request if the regions could address and start dialogue amongst yourselves. The other one is I just wanted to find out, amongst the member associations in your region, do you have membership fees, or is it purely finances is purely sustained by media rights and commercial rights?
Okay. No, number one, about the collaboration between the regional associations, and the second one is about the sustainable marketing initiatives, correct?
Membership fees.
Membership fees. Yeah, Khalil can answer that one. It's very high, their membership.
Since I'm answering that one, I think membership fee, for example, with WAF, at a certain point before the membership, the AFC money was coming in, we actually increased our membership fee to be part of the General Assembly of WAF. I think it went up from $100 to $10,000 per member association. So that's about $120,000 for member associations. And that's primarily because there was a financial decision made in WAF and the EXCO to ensure that everybody's contributing towards the financial well-being. And I think what we really would like to look at is kind of the composition of money that's coming in, one, from FIFA, secondly, from AFC, thirdly, from commercial opportunities that are being driven by the competitions, and thirdly, by membership fees. So that composition is the most important because, FIFA might be in a trend of increasing funding, but you don't want to be reliant on FIFA to ensure that your competitions are sustainable. So I think the most important financial parameter is what percentage of your money is coming through TV rights and marketing rights towards your members, so towards your overall revenue mix. Today, the contribution of membership fees is about 4% of our overall revenues for WAF, which is important. But again, that's the most important metric: is what do I do once I am left on my own, or there's a stagnation in terms of increasing FIFA support and AFC support.
Winston wants to comment on the collaboration.
I think the question about collaboration is important. I think moving forward, it's not just between regional association that needs to collaborate. Any sort of partnership that can progress football. But coming back to regional association, I think there is it's important that it's not a ceremonial collaboration, but it's a strategic imperative, because I feel that there's a lot of synergy that can come from this. Obviously, we need to be clear about the clarity of, there must be clarity of the collaboration. There must also be commitment. We also need to assess the capability of everyone, and the capacity, and also the continuity is also important before we get into this marriage of not convenience. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge the great work these 5 young men they are doing in the regions, and thanks so much for your time. Apologies for going over the time. There is a video that prepared by AFF. You can watch if you have time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
When ASEAN is united, we speak with one voice. The language of football. With the unity of our 12 member associations, we continue to grow stronger together. Excellence begins off the pitch with progressive and transformative management, built on trust, collaboration, and integrity. And through every Congress and executive meeting, ASEAN stays aligned, focused, and future-ready. When ASEAN is united, football thrives on and off the pitch. When ASEAN is united, we inspire millions in stadiums, on screens, and across generations. Unity empowers everyone. Boys and men. Unity also empowers the girls and women. Bangkok witnessed the classic final of the ASEAN Championship.
Oh, what a finish!
When ASEAN is united, we change lives for the better. We never lose sight of our purpose. When ASEAN is united, no goal is out of reach. Not even beating Manchester United 1-0 in Kuala Lumpur. When ASEAN is united, we can overcome anything. Together, we create the future of ASEAN football.
Thank you very much, Wahid, our dear General Secretaries, for such an insightful and fruitful discussion. Katal, Khalil, Winston, Ulbek, Yuski, please, you may take your seat. Thank you very much, Wahid, once again. We would like to take a short break for 15 minutes, and we will see you shortly. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in 5 minutes. Kindly take your seats.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our next presentation, embedding high performance in day-to-day operations, will explore how organizations can transform performance from a goal into a culture, driving efficiency, accountability, and lasting impact. To share insights on this important topic, please join me in welcoming Mr. Frederick Guillemont, Oceania Football Confederation Chief Operating Officers, to the stage. Welcome, Frederick. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a great pleasure for me to have been with you for the couple of days. Same experience than last year. It was really a great pleasure to be with you. I would like to thank AFC General Secretary and Deputy General Secretary for the invitation. When I received the invitation for this year, I was like, yeah, I qualified for year 2. So I was really, really happy about coming back here. I would like also to thank SAF for their hospitality and generosity as well. So today, what I'm going to discuss with you or present you is all about how do we translate high performance, or other people call it excellence, into a day-to-day operation. What I'm not going to present you is a very academic way of doing it, because in Oceania we're very good about creating our own framework, creating our own model that works with our environment. But before going to start in the topic, I would like to remind you who we are. Who is Oceania? Where are we? So Oceania is a confederation that was founded in 1966. We have 11 member associations and 2 associated member associations. The particularity is that we are located in a vast geographic region with its own challenges, logistical challenges, but also very similar to what your AFC General Secretary presented this morning. We have a lot of disparity during our members. We have some that are developing countries, developing markets, and some that are established markets as well. A particularity in Oceania, it's we never stop to look at improving the way we work. Yesterday on the panel, when the president of Japan was asked the question about how do you do it as well, we adopt a similar approach. We do, and we constantly look at how can we improve what we're doing. It's in our DNA. For us, a key focus for the coming now and the coming years is about how can we professionalize our football. On the pitch, we're starting our regional professional league in January 2026, which will be a big milestone for our region, but also off the pitch. How do we professionalize the way we manage football? And this comes from a necessity because we're facing very similar issues that were discussed by the regional association or by some of the member association. We are in a very fast-paced environment. Everything is changing very, very fast. So a way for us to adapt is to excel. As simply as that, is to excel. You will be very, I hope you will be very curious on how we do it, but what I'm going to present to you is not necessarily to tell you do the same thing, but more to show that you can adapt concept and framework and make it a reality in your organization, especially for performance. We all know performance. Your general secretaries and president of member association, performance is your daily core business, your national team, your technical development. So we all have a mission of performance. Like on yesterday, Andy presented the mission in making Mission Impossible possible. Okay? For our confederation, we don't talk about mission, but strategic pillar. Education, development, and performance are our strategic pillars. So last year, I mentioned to you that I presented to you our journey towards high-performance organization, or you will hear me talk a lot about organizational performance. We started in 2018. We had 3 phases already. We first reformed our governance, then we professionalized the way we worked, but it was not enough because already at this second phase we could see resistance, so we focused a lot on cultural high performance. But the next step for us, and it's, when I say for us, it's not for only our confederation, this key question was also asked by our general secretaries of our member association. How do we embed high performance in our day-to-day operation? How do we make it a reality, not only on the pitch, but in our day-to-day life in the office? And you can translate this question is like, how do we bring excellence in what we do? And that's a key question we ask ourselves. OFC, we created what we call our executive program. Basically, it's a program for our general secretaries. And this question, they ask it in a very practical manner. They say, Fred, how can, as leaders, we can take practical steps to ensure that we drive performance in our operation? Because on our level at Oceania, like I'm presenting to you, we have created a culture of high performance. So now our next step for us is to live it every day on a 2-day basis. But the model we're going to present to you, the interest that we had as well, is that some of our federations are in the path to creating culture of high performance. But they wanted to start the drive now. So the model we're going to discuss and are going to present you can also be used to just kickstart the change into your operation. And that's what we focus on. You will see the model that we have used is not necessarily an academic model. It's a model that fits us, fits our culture, fits who we are. But it comes to benchmarking. We looked at companies and we looked outside football and in football on how do organizations that are performing well do it. And we are experts of tailor-making the concept to our own needs. So first we looked, if you want to achieve operational excellence, if you want to achieve operational performance, first you need to make sure that your team work very well. And that's why we looked at the team effectiveness model. Or you can find it at the GRPI model as well. But there's another factor that we have identified is that in member association or confederation, there's a need actually to train our leaders. And when I say our leaders, it's not only our executive leaders. It's not only the chief. It's not only the head of department. It's not only the unit managers. It's also the project managers, to train them in changing the perspective about leadership and to think about high-performance leadership. That was a key factor of change, and that this high-performance leadership is aligned through the organization, not only at senior level, but at unit level. That was really important for us. Another element, and I will go into the explanation of this one, and you might find, wow, it's quite weird. Why are you talking about personal planning? What we realized when we discussed with our general secretaries, but when we discussed also with our their head of the department, at the team level and sometimes at the leadership level, personal planning was not very good. We were focusing on task list. And I think a lot of you have task list. I have task list, or I had task list. And I will explain to you how to move from the task list of personal planning to actually personal planning for high performance. And an important part of this model, and resulting from all of that, and something that we are very strong at, is to create psychological safety in the organization. So I will go first by the team effectiveness. There's 4 pillars, and I'm sure they are not new to you. But for us, I will go one by one. The first one is goal. And what was really interesting is when we discuss about goal, everyone talk about objective. And everyone come up with the concept of the SMART objective. I think throughout our career, we have been very, very confronted with this SMART. But for us, goals is more a mindset of how to do your operation. And I will ask, it's summarized in 2 or 3 questions. It's not how you do things when you start a project or when you start to work on an operational matter or when you want to implement something. First is, what do you want to achieve? And that's a fundamental change. What do you want to achieve and why? Because this means that you're focusing on the result you want to achieve, not on the how. And the transition for performance organization is to move from the how, initial, to the why and to the achievement. That's fundamental. So you can do it at macro level that we did with our strategy. We introduced the OKR methodology, objective key result. We focus on the results we wanted to achieve. But also at project level, you do a congress. Okay, what do you want to achieve in your congress? Not how you will do your congress, but what do you want to achieve? And this is a fundamental change in the way you approach performance. Why is fundamental change? Because already your team focus on the purpose that they have together, but also the fundamental change is like when you decide how to achieve or when you focus on how to achieve and why you want to achieve something, the how doesn't become the main purpose. And you can actually change the how. Of course, we all have a budget constraint, but if you realize that the initial how you want to do operationally will not meet the achievement you want, you can change it. The second part of the pillar is the roles. And I think Winston had read my notes before I started, because when we asked the question, when he wanted it was operational excellence, and he said roles are very important to define them well. And it's true. And we think that it's basic, but in an ever-changing environment, how many of us wear 2 or 3 or 4 different hats in our organization? And when I started at Oceania, my job description was clear. My job has changed dramatically. So in the role is to create clarity with people to say, what are your personal accountability? How many times do we check the job description of people? Are they still realistic or not? How many times we create, for example, RACI model, where we have a project and we say, who's responsible, who is accountable, and all of these little tools is to create, one, clarity about what you have to achieve, because if you're not clear about what you want to achieve and what you have to do, how can you achieve it? The second part is also to create boundaries and clear decision making. So that's a model that we look at in everything we do. The third pillar is about procedures. And here I can tell you, when you talk about procedures and process, it's like if it's a dirty word. Okay, people are like, I don't want to know about you. I know how I do my job. Yeah, but if tomorrow you leave, how the excellence of the organization will continue? It will not continue. So if tomorrow I win Lotto and I didn't put any structure about how we work, how the decision making is, how do we push innovation, but also planning, it won't work. And the fourth pillar is relationship, and this one is even the more important one. Again, I think Winston had looked at my notes, because this fourth pillar is to actually to create collaboration and to create trust. Because without trust, you can't perform very well. How many of you feel comfortable to work with someone you don't trust? That's basic nature, human nature. So the fourth pillar is really to look about how, as a leader, being a senior leader, a project leader, or even a unit leader or HOD, how can I build trust? Because trust and collaboration will bring performance. It can be by a basic thing. One of the panelists mentioned it, team building. We know how to do team building. You just have to bring people on the pitch. It will work. But the other one is also about knowing each other well, building trust, and care. So I just realized on the first day when it was presented the power of culture, that all of this is really, really shaped by the culture in Oceania. Because in Oceania, the culture is all about caring for people, caring for your community. It's also open communication, two-way communication, but also two-way feedback. If I want you to trust me, I need to empower you to tell me as a leader, what do I do wrong and what do I do right? As simple as that. So we have built this mechanism. I can tell you, for example, every year my direct report tell me how I perform. Very direct feedback. But what does it mean? It creates trust between us. And an important one for us in the model is like, we don't like conflict. I can tell you in Oceania, we don't like conflict. It's all about community resolution, it's all about discussing. But as a leader, if I want operational excellence, I need to identify the conflict. I need to work and resolve the conflict or underperformance. If you see that someone is not underperforming, if you leave it going, the trust in the team will be finished. Because probably if someone underperforms next to me, being a high achiever, I will compensate. I will do the work of the other people, and this can carry on only in a short time. Very quickly, it will create mistrust. So in our model, when we talk about operational excellence with our leaders in our organization and in our member association, this pillar is very, very important. The other point that we have identified are extremely important is how to move the perception of leadership to a high-performance leadership. And here, it's all about education of our leaders, being our leaders in the member association or at OFC. It's about self-awareness as a leader. It's about being curious as a leader about how you perform. Again, it's about moving a step forward in excellence in your performance as a leader. So if a leader is not curious about how they perform, they become very obsolete. Very, very obsolete. It's also about being self-aware of how you are as a leader. The next step that we look is like we ask our leaders, and in this model, we push them to understand, have an awareness of the organization, or context awareness, or organizational awareness. Why is that? When you work with your finance unit, and you don't understand what the technical is doing, or you don't understand what it means to put in place a competition, or you don't understand who makes decision and how, you will do a good job, but you will not do an excellent job. Why is that? Because you will not be able to anticipate what the needs are and create process or create procedures that will help us moving forward to excellence. So we ask our leaders, especially in the service department, be very aware of the organizational context. The other thing that we ask them is like, who are you as a leader? What's the leadership style? In our region, the common leadership styles that come first is servant leadership and collaborative leadership, because we are all about community development, all of us. But does it work if you have a crisis? No, it doesn't. So we push our leader in our model to really start to be comfortable about having a different leadership tool belt and bring different style of leadership and be comfortable about it. Why? Because it allows them to adapt. And all of that we're doing through coaching. What we realize is that, and we still do it, we send our leaders to different academic courses, but we have seen that from what they have learned to what they apply, there's a big gap. So we added a coaching approach. And we ask a leader first to learn how to be a coach to the team, and ourselves, we put coaching in place for them. For example, last week, I did a training with my unit managers, and we have a leadership coaching plan for them. We ask them in this different category, where are you? Where you would like to be in 3 months? What step, 1 or 2 steps you want to do? And we integrate it in the way we manage people. This creates really a very strong ecosystem where psychological safety is thriving. So this one, psychological safety, is a concept that is very brand new. Everyone talk about it. But basically, it's empowering and creating an environment where your leaders and the team members can speak openly with no fear about doing something wrong, saying something wrong, no fear. Because they know that we will listen to them and engage in a two-way conversation. It's really to feel safe about expressing your idea, safe about innovating, safe about making mistakes. Of course, if you make a mistake that costs us $3 million, we might have a different approach. But basically, if you are safe, if you make a mistake, we use it as a learning opportunity. So what does it mean? It means that if I make a mistake, even myself, and I make some, no problem about that, I'm not fearful because I can immediately identify I made a mistake, mitigate the step, and learn from these mistakes. And that's what is psychological safety for us. And the last point, and it's quite a strange one, guys, it's personal planning. And this came with discussion with our head of departments from our member association. They were like, I'm sorry, we all on task list. And we were like, does it work, your task list? So personal planning basically is the element that can make your strategic plan or your operational plan totally fall down. If your team members are not used to approach personal planning, so meaning managing the workloads they have into a mindset of performance and more in mindset of task list, but actually it's highly likely that you will not put any operational plan in place and that your strategy will not work. Why is that? We are all time poor. I would be very surprised if any of you have plenty of time to do what you have to do during your work. We are all time poor. So if personal planning is not tackled in a way that we want to perform even better, that's where the delay starts. That's where we start to realize that people are totally burnt out. And it's really to go from a culture of busyness to really a personal planning for high performance. So we just started that in OFC, in our member association. We just started it because we really identified, discussing with our team members, discussing with the HOD of our member association, that was something we needed to tackle. And often is not even looked at. It's moving from a never-ending task list, where basically what you do is that you focus only on the completion of your task list. You don't prioritize anymore. And I'm pretty sure that arriving the mid of the week, your task list is 20 points, and at the end of the week, you've done 2. Because the task list you don't prioritize. So basically what do? You multitask, you've got constant interruption, because you're juggling different tasks that you have to do. And it creates also an urgent mindset. All of a sudden, everything becomes urgent. And it comes to overload. And what we're looking at is to really look at personal planning for performance. So first, prioritize your task at all levels, from team member to me. We push for a very simple framework, what we call the Eisenhower matrix. What is important, what is urgent, what is not important, what is non-urgent. What does it do? So we discussed that with our finance team, or with the head of finance. He said, Fred, it would be very good because our task lists are actually very long. But using this, each member of the team will be able to identify if it's urgent and important, you do it immediately. If it's important but not urgent, you plan it. If it's not important, not urgent, you drop it. And if it's not important but urgent, you delegate it. So this is really to be at all levels. We're just starting this approach. But it's also to structure your week intentionally. What does it mean? It's say you know what you have to achieve. You actually block time in your week where you are at the top of your performance for thinking. Me, it's in the morning. When I start at 6, 7, or 7:30, I can tell you I'm at the top of performance. That's for sure. If you talk to me at 7 p.m., 8 p.m., I'm at the top of my grumpiness. So for me, for example, is to place all the strategic topic I have to do, to block it in my calendar and make it where I'm at the top of my brain. Not at 8 o'clock at night, where I will be grumpy, probably hungry, and very tired. But this applies to everyone. And what we have discussed also is like, we ended up to have 7 hours meeting per day for me. Sometimes I've got days with 7 hours of meeting. And I'm like, no, guys, we need to maximize our meeting time. So you have to get prepared for meetings. If you book a meeting with me, you prepare an agenda. You actually give me discussion points. If you're not prepared to do that, how are you going to perform? If you're not prepared to do that, it will just be an information meeting. And it's not really good for operational excellence. And one very important point as well is for people to protect their time and energy. We are all corporate athletes. At the difference than an athlete will train, perform, go down, train again. Us corporate athletes, our attention needs to be at the top of what we do constantly. We don't have reset time. So basically, it's to protect our energy and to actually schedule things when we have energy. So that's what we call personal planning for high performance for us. And it's vital. Because if we don't do that, we start to be reactive to other people that take our time, to other people that actually, make our life harder at work. So this is the model, in fact, that we have worked with our member association and that we're implementing in Oceania for high performance. So I'm not saying that it's a model you need to adopt, but there's key characteristic in this model. It's really to shift your operation to a mindset where, no, we want operational excellence, organizational performance. It comes from what is the right question you ask yourself when you do a project or you start to do an operation? Is it the how, or is it what do I want to achieve? Is it to be clear about your role and responsibilities, personal accountability? Is it also about the team building, the team environment, and how you're going to do it? But to do that, we need leaders at all levels of our organization that really understand the mindset of leadership for high performance. And to do that, our role is actually coaching. But if you're always running after time because you don't have the time, you're not well organized, you don't maximize your performance, it will be very hard to put in place. And in fact, it's exactly that we're doing at the moment. And these steps help us to actually integrate high performance in every operation we are doing. So are we doing it well all the time? No. And this we will learn as we do. But what is important is that as a leader is to be able to be very self-aware about this framework so that when we run out of time, we go back to this framework and we readjust how we work, how we collaborate, what we focus on to make sure that actually performance is integrated in everything we do. Next to that, of course, as an organization, it's very important you develop your culture. But a culture doesn't take 2 months to develop. So the question is that do you develop your culture first and you implement this second? And our member association, most of the general secretaries said, Fred, no, I want to do it both. Because the culture takes a long time. In Oceania, it took 2 years to change the culture. And this was quite fast. But you can already drive, as leaders, operational excellence in your organization, just by thinking about what model you want to implement yourself in the organization. And this really push organizational performance, but also your team to think about how can I constantly improve. And that's the base of everything in our job. Because our environments change, we're confronted to new queries, everything goes faster, and this will help your team actually, and yourself as a leader, to adapt. And this is what I wanted to present you. Thank you very much.
We would like to open the floor for questions now. All right, if we don't have any questions, we would like to invite Mr. Yasser Al-Mishal, FIFA Council Member and President of the Saudi Football Association, for the pennant presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on a personal note, thank you for your support.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Frederick. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege of hearing from a leading expert who represents one of the global pioneers in pitch technology. Their company, Hatco, has been at the forefront of developing advanced football playing surfaces that combine innovation, sustainability, and excellence, providing solutions that meet the highest international standards. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Gusen Hatko, who will share his latest advancements on the future trends in football pitch technology. Welcome, Gusen. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Can I have my presentation on the screens, please? Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished presidents, general secretaries, colleagues, and guests. It's an honor to be here to address this distinguished group of people. I would like to start by thanking Saudi Football Association for their warm hospitality and kind invitation. I would like to thank AFC for their kind invitation. Today, I want to give you a clear picture how the football surface technologies are changing by new regulations, performance expectations, increasing demands of the football infrastructure. Today, we will explore the key developments shaping the football fields. And now these solutions can support federations in delivering elite national stadiums, training grounds, or grassroots projects which are compliant, high-performing, and ready for the future. I always like to start with this image, the Wembley Stadium, because it represents the ultimate stage of the game. When we talk about the future of football, it's important to start with an ambition. Wembley Stadium is not just a venue. It's a symbol of what the game represents. It is very highest level of excellence, innovation, and legacy. And it's an ambition we are proud to be a part of. For the last 3 years, Hatco hybrid grass has been chosen for the surface of every match to deliver the elite performance at the pinnacle of the football. And While we will be working in very different contexts, very different climates, different budgets, different development stages, the goal is the same: to create environments where the football can thrive at every level. At HATCO, our journey has been guided by this very ambition. So let me show you how it began and where it has taken us. HATCO was founded 2 decades ago with the clear mission: delivering the world-class playing services. We started as a turf manufacturer in 2006. We expanded into a design, production, and turnkey project delivery organization. We became a FIFA licensee in 2006. We hosted the Kalisz Cup, and then we came to the days where we are hosting the UEFA Champions League, Conference League, and Europa League finals and the competitions. Lately, we have hosted the CONCACAF Nations League final in the iconic SoFi Stadium in US. It was a rehearsal of the World Cup. Today, HATCO is trusted by leading clubs, national teams, and federations. We bring the global experience together with the local knowledge that let us deliver the right solutions everywhere. In our industry, safety and performance and quality are essential. Certification is not just a formality, it is the foundation of trust. So all our systems are tested and certified by FIFA, World Athletics, World Rugby, FIH, and ITF. For us, these approvals show that our work meets the highest global standards. And all these means every project we deliver meets the same quality levels expected in the world's top stadiums. Today, the stakeholders expect more than just a playing surface. HATCO offers exactly that. We manage every stage of a project: design, engineering, production, installation, and maintenance services. HATCO's experience and expertise covers hybrid grass, artificial turf, athletic tracks, and some complementary facility elements such as lightnings and grandstands. This wide service means that we can deliver the right solution for every project, from major stadiums to the training centers and community fields. And this approach has been successfully implemented in some of the world's most demanding environments and high-profile projects around the world. 400, more than 400 projects. Our experience goes beyond the individual projects. We have delivered more than 400 FIFA-certified pitches across 4 continents. This record shows not only the quality and reliability of our systems, but also our ability to succeed in different climates, different geographies, and different regulatory conditions. From national stadiums to local community pitches where the grassroots are cultivated. Every project has helped us to understand the unique needs of each organization. Global experience allows us to offer proven solutions and valuable insights to every new project. We are proud to work with many of the organizations, including FIFA, AFC, UEFA, CAF, CONCACAF, and many other local federations. Each partnership is a chance to share expertise, learn from local conditions, and deliver the projects that support strategic goals like hosting elite competitions, building national team facilities, expanding the football at the community level. This approach has allowed us to deliver some of the most complex and high-profile projects around the world. Rather than just listing these projects, let me show you what the collaboration looks like in practice. These projects are more than just references for us. They show what's possible when partners share the long-term vision and we work together. They also prove that the fundamentals never change. Performance, durability, safety, and reliability must be delivered consistently, whether it's a world-class stadium or a local development project. The next stage of playing service evolution will focus not only on the performance, but also on technology, future readiness, and long-term planning. These projects show what is possible today, but the real question is, what comes next? The demands of playing services are evolving rapidly. Decision makers now face new expectations: performance, sustainability, and longevity. Let's look how the technology is meeting these expectations. The playing surface industry is going through a major transformation. The changes is driven by how the football is played, how often the facilities are used, and how the investment priorities are evolving. Today, decision makers must balance many factors: elite performance, heavy use, cost efficiency, and long-term planning. Which one? Unfortunately, all of those at the very same time. We are seeing a rapid innovation in the natural grass systems and the next generation of artificial turf. Each technology serves a different purpose, and the right choice is being made according to climate, use of hours, maintenance capacity, and strategic goals. Let's start by looking at the natural grass, still the gold standard. Natural grass is still the gold standard for the elite football. Players love it. Major competitions require it. Well, but maintaining a top quality natural pitch is not easy and is not cheap. There are big challenges, limitations on the number of matches and training sessions before the quality drops, maintenance practices which requires time, money, and also expertise. Weather and heavy use can quickly damage, creating inconsistent conditions on the pitch, and many others. These challenges make it hard to meet the top-level expectations while managing the costs and high use. These challenges are exactly promoting more and more reinforced natural grass, or with the popular name, hybrid grass. Hybrid grass is one of the most important developments in our industry. To solve these challenges that I have mentioned, while keeping the grass natural feel of the game, industry has developed a hybrid grass. Hybrid grass is the blend of natural grass with synthetic fibers. The result is a surface that feels like natural grass and plays like natural grass. It's a stronger, more durable, and stable surface. Now FIFA officially recognizes hybrid grass as the reinforced natural playing surface, and it has become the benchmark of top-level football surfaces. Actually, there are two types of hybrid grass: carpet-based systems, which you grow a natural grass within a carpet, which has a special backing that allows the roots to go through, and stitch system, where fibers are injected individually to the root zone. So let's see how a carpet hybrid grass system takes place.
with the World Cup coming up, we've invested sort of heavily in technology, which is going to help us with sub-air systems, grow lighting, pitch sensors. All of this will aid in our day-to-day decision-making.
Carpet-based hybrid systems has a great flexibility. They can either be installed directly on the stadium or on a turf, on a field, or they can be installed in a turf farm nursery where they can be cultivated, and after that they can be harvested and transported into a stadium. So they can be ready to be played in 5 days, and that's the reason why they're generally known as lay and play systems. This flexibility allows field managers to organize and choose between the best method which is applicable for their timelines or the climate or their operational needs. The second system is stitch hybrid. So let's take a closer look how it works. One of the biggest advantages of stitch hybrid grass system is that it is installed directly into the stadium and making it ideal for the venues which want to upgrade and reinforce an existing natural pitch. And whether it's a stitched or a carpet system, the result is the same: a reinforced natural surface that transforms the pitch performance. So let's take a look at the benefits of the hybrid grass systems. Hybrid grass gives the players natural feel which they prefer and delivers the durability to the stadium which is needed. It allows 3 times more matches and training hours. It improves the surface stability and player safety. It lowers the cost per hour, playable pitch all year and all weather conditions. It mitigates the risk of TV broadcasting and a uniform surface and high game quality. And more importantly, it ensures the compliance with the future regulations. As of August 2025, AFC has announced that synthetic turf will no longer be allowed in their major competitions. So only natural turf or hybrid surfaces will be accepted. Hybrid grass brings benefits for sure, but it is not always the only solution. There are many scenarios where natural grass or hybrid grass is not suitable for, and they are not practical. In those cases, still, advanced artificial turf systems continue an important role in the football pitches. In the regions where extreme climates, limited maintenance capacity, and very heavy use, artificial turf is often the best choice. Modern artificial systems provide consistent quality, high durability, and low maintenance needs. This makes them ideal for training centers, academies, community pitches, and multi-use facilities. For many projects, artificial turf is the most effective way to increase playing hours and grow the game. Just like natural systems, artificial turf is evolving. Football fields are going through a major shift, driven by powerful external changes that are shaping now how we manage the football surfaces. The first one is the European microplastic ban, which is going to be valid after 2032. European Union made a decision to cancel the use of microplastics, which means any plastic material smaller than 5 millimeters in size, which bans the use of black rubber crumb or other additional plastics that is added to the synthetic grass. So that makes microplastic ban, and that promotes a non-fill or natural infill systems in the industry. The second one is the, again, European Green Deal. European Green Deal is a limitation where the use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, and that's also one of the things that is limiting the capacities of the natural turf. New design elements of the multi-use venues. The stadiums are now designed and demanded to use more events, more matches, more concerts, more events to be done on the pitches. So that makes even harder to make it on the surface. And the last one, the environmental legislation. Now it is changing the life cycle of the turf, and from production to installation and end of recycling is becoming a big issue. Together, all these trends, now it is defining the high performance. What does high performance means anymore is that how it performs environmentally, operationally, economically, and how it performs on the pitch. So what is the next big thing? Just as natural grass has evolved, artificial turf is going through a major transformation. The changes driven by these new regulations, sustainability goals, and higher performance expectations. Now we are moving from conventional artificial turf system towards recyclable turfs or 4G non-fill systems. Recyclable artificial grass systems which are suitable for natural infills, or fourth generation non-fill grass systems which are requiring less maintenance and easier to maintain. Together, all these innovations show how artificial turf is adapting to the new era, a new era focused on responsibility, compliance, and long-term performance. So what's the next big thing? When we look ahead, we see three priorities which are shaping every decision in our industry. The first one is the player safety, sustainability, and recyclability. These priorities are guiding the development of the next generation of playing services. We see these progress in two main directions: artificial turf, non-fill or natural infill systems, or reinforced natural grass. Both approaches have the same goal: to create a high-performance surface while protecting the future for the players, future for the environment, and future for the football itself. These changes and new regulations of sustainability, these goals are shaping the market, but also it's shaping our vision, Hatko's vision for the future. Our approach is built on two solutions. Each is focused addressing a different playing surface world. BioGreen, our fully recyclable artificial turf system, and Green Loop is our circular hybrid grass system. Together, they represent a new way of thinking. Surfaces are no longer single-use products, they are the part of sustainable life cycle. So let's start by BioGreen, how it works.
Hatco BioGreen is designed with a special fusion technology that uses no coating. This allows fast and even drainage through the whole backing. In contrast, regular latex or PU-backed systems only allow slow drainage through drainage holes. While the high water permeability of BioDrain prevents the migration of infills, the low water permeability of latex and PU-backed systems causes the natural infills to float. The water permeability of Hotco BioGreen is 5 times quicker than latex or PU-backed carpet systems. Hotco BioGreen has a unique design that provides significant benefits. The lack of drainage holes prevents infill leakage and thatch growing. The no coating creates a lighter carpet construction, which allows easy transportation. In the meantime, the stable backing enables easy installation.
BioGreen is a clear example of how an artificial grass system can be sustainable, compliant, and high-performing. Sustainability doesn't stop here. With our Green Loop program, we are transforming how the future surfaces are reused. We create a truly circular system. The first stage of the approach is with Wembley Stadium, where the reclaimed hybrid grass surface was collected, processed, and recycled into benches, which are donated to the amateur football clubs.
The grounds team at Wembley Stadium have been working on a unique project that means its pitches can now be 100% recyclable.
The pitch you see behind me is a hybrid carpet system, 5% plastic, 95% sand, grass and roots. So the reason we have plastic in modern day playing surfaces is to ensure that we give stability to the playing surface, and the plastic actually acts as a reinforcement to ensure that we can give the players who are playing on our playing surfaces a safe and playable surface. Each playing surface we have here at Wembley Stadium weighs around about 800 tonnes altogether, of which around about 8 tonnes to 9 tonnes of that is actually of the reinforced plastic that we have in the pitch. First thing we do is remove the playing surface from the venue. The grass will start to biodegrade, the material will start to biodegrade. We then put it through a screening process. It separates the plastic from the root zone and the sand and any leftover pieces of grass or root. The plastic goes to a plastic manufacturer who will then extrude it into a mould to deliver anything we need from plastic format. The sand is then bagged and can be used for end of season renovations, and for us that is what we class as a full circle model. So far we've made from the recycled plastic from the pitch as a prototype bench. We estimate from each playing surface we can deliver 50 benches. The whole idea now is to actually open up a library of what can we deliver back into grassroots football. Is it slalom poles? Is it cones? I mean, there's so many ideas that we're looking at the moment. What can we do to ensure 100% that goes back into grassroots football?
This is a project which shows the end of pitch life can be the beginning of something new, giving materials a second purpose and connecting the elite football, elite level, back to the grassroots. And this was only the first step. The next stage of our Green Loop takes circularity even further, turning end-of-life materials back into the new turf production. This second stage of Green Loop program, which goes beyond the use, it's about creating a true closed loop system.
The world needs a more sustainable future. As Hotco, we are committed to contributing to this vision. We focus not only on performance, but also on protecting the environment. This is our sustainability cycle. Let's take a closer look. Our facilities operate with 100% renewable energy, generating clean power through solar panels, ensuring that our production process is both efficient and environmentally friendly. Hybrid grass is an innovative and sustainable solution for football fields. Its patented carpet integrates synthetic fibers in a 50% open structure, allowing natural grass roots to grow and thrive. This system provides a long-lasting and high-performance playing surface. Hotco hybrid grass installed using 2 different methods. It can either be installed in the stadium, where grass is established on site, or pre-grown in turf farms to be harvested and installed in the stadium. Hybrid grass increases durability and stability, delivering consistently green, top-quality surfaces throughout the year. Our commitment to sustainability extends beyond production. When a hybrid grass surface needs to be re-turfed, it is carefully removed and rolled for reuse. This precision allows it to be repurposed, often given a second life on training fields, or in landscaping projects extending its value before recycling. When hybrid grass reaches the end of its lifespan and removed, the surface is separated into organic and synthetic components. Organic matter is composted, while synthetic materials begin their recycling journey. We follow two pathways: downcycling, where reclaimed carpet is shredded, washed, and compressed into granules to produce durable items like benches and cones. And upcycling, where these granules are used to extrude new Omega yarn, which is then tufted into brand new hybrid grass carpets. This closed-loop process, creating new carpet entirely from reclaimed hybrid grass, is an industry-first innovation, setting a new standard for circular sustainability in sports surfaces. At HATCO, we unite performance and sustainability on the field, working towards a greener, more efficient, and truly circular future. More sustainable fields for a more sustainable world.
This is what true circularity will look like. The end of one football field becomes the beginning of another. Less environmental impact, support regulatory goals, and makes more sustainable and cost-effective pitches. Football is entering to a new era, shaped by the new expectations and updated regulations, and shaped by the need of surfaces that deliver consistent and reliable performance at every level. The shift toward natural and hybrid surfaces in official competitions show how important quality, safety, and long-term reliability is. So, at the same time, the industry is moving towards a more circular and resource-efficient approach, designing surfaces not only peak performance, but only for the entire life cycle. The sustainability only is about making infrastructure stronger, more responsible, more cost-effective over the time. We also know that every federation's needs are different, from elite stadiums to hosting major tournaments to community pitches supporting everyday football. At HATCO, we are proud to support this transformation. Together, we believe that we can build the future of the game that we all love. Thank you very much. I can take questions if there are any. Yes.
Hybrid.
There are two types of hybrid grass options. One is stitched, other is carpet. They are basically doing the same purpose, which is protecting the natural grass. The only difference is that where they are applied. Depending on the situation of the stadium, if it's an already existing stadium, and if you want to upgrade your pitch, then you can use a stitch system. Or if you want to use a fast system that you can harvest from a nursery and then bring it back to the stadium, and you can transform your stadium in 5 days. It's a matter of making your flexibility which better suits you. None of them is better than the other one. Both systems are accepted by FIFA and applied in world-class stadiums. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so you said that you can use the pitch for 1,000 hours.
Sorry?
1,000 hours?
Up to 1,000 hours you can use a pitch.
Okay, so if it's 1,000 hours and if you have, say, 2 or 3 games a day, that would mean...
2-3 games a day, basically it's a little bit about how many matches. If you are talking about the warm season grasses, yes, that's true. You can even play 2 games a day, more or less.
So it would mean that you would have to change every year.
No. It's about the capacity that you can go up to. You don't have to change every year. There is a business model where the stadiums, they are replacing their pitches every year because of their business model. They are having concerts and they're replacing the pitches because after the concerts, the pitch is completely gone. But you don't, for instance, Istanbul Atatürk Stadium, which was installed in 2018, still is serving, and it has been used almost 700 hours a year. So basically, you don't need to replace. Almost, it's been, yes, next year it will be the 8th year, and there is no plans to change it.
My question maybe is directed to the AFC. You mentioned that since August 25, the AFC will only be admitting natural turf or natural reinforced turf for its major competitions. What is major competition? So is youth qualifiers, are youth Asian finals considered natural turf moving forward?
So I think we believe we send a circular outlining all the competitions that will have to use natural grass. I believe it was in June this year, June 11th this year. But just for the benefit of all those present here, we're talking about A-level competitions, meaning national team competitions, World Cup qualifiers, Asian Cup final round, AFC Elite Champions League, AFC Champions League 2, AFC Women's Asian Cup. Okay? And this is in the circular that AFC sent on the 11th of June, listing out all the competitions that will require a natural grass.
Yes.
My question is related to the maintenance cycle of the hybrid system.
Yes.
So what is the maintenance cycle for the natural and the artificial grass? And how long do you need to do the reseeding or the full removal of the pitch? Because this process, I think, takes time and costly. So what's the maintenance cycle of both? Not the usual reseeding or the usual maintenance, but the deep maintenance that is required for hybrid systems.
Actually, this is one of the very frequent questions that we are receiving about hybrid grass. Hybrid grass is not a different system than the natural grass. All the practices, maintenance practices you are applying for your natural pitches are still valid for hybrid grass systems. That's basically the reason why FIFA qualifies hybrid grass as natural playing surface, and they name it as reinforced natural playing surface. The idea is to increase the capacity of your natural turf. So basically you will be doing the very same maintenance practices, whether in your territory if you're returfing once a year, twice a year, or maybe every 2 years, it will be the same. The difference is that the outcome you're going to get out of your pitch will be 3 times more. If you can use your pitch 200 hours a year, you will be going up to 600 hours a year. But your maintenance practices will be the same, your regulars will be the same, your machinery equipment will be the same. So nothing will change. The only thing you will have, you will mitigate your risks during the competitions, during the tournaments, during the TV broadcasting and everything. Plus, you will be getting better results out of your pitch. There will be no divots, there will be easy repairs, maintenance practices will be much easier, and basically you are mitigating all your risks. That's it. I hope I answered the questions. Yes?
Can you explain for our member and regional association the percentage of natural and artificial in a hybrid pitch?
Okay.
Please.
That's one of the misconceptions generally have been. When we are talking about hybrid grass, do we have any rough idea how much of a hybrid grass is synthetic? Yes, 5%. But this 5% is a figurative number because, as you know, the coverage of natural grass changes along the climate. So in winter, when it's cold, natural grass is a little bit less, but during the spring, it is more. So on average, we are reaching somewhere about 5%. In winter times, we are going about 7-8%. In summertime, we are going down to 3%. But on average, we can say that just the 3% of the pitch is synthetic.
So there's this lot of talk about the microfibers being carcinogenic and not good for health. The microfibers that
microplastics, yes.
Yeah, microplastics. And the EU is also making a decision that after a few years is going to basically not allow it to be used.
True.
So it means that the traditional artificial turf that we are using right now will see an end in its life very soon.
Yeah.
But you do have an artificial solution here, artificial turf solution,
True.
which is the newer version.
True.
How can you integrate this newer version with the existing artificial? Is it, or do you have to remove the existing artificial turfs? Or is it, can it be integrated?
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, that's the reason why European Union has announced a transition period up until 2032. So until 2032, you will be still in Europe allowed to install the traditional conventional artificial turf systems, which uses rubber crumb or plastics as an infill. But as of 2032, they will no longer be allowed to be installed. So that means that up until 2032, you can use conventional systems, but now we see a drastic change in the European installations. There are very limited amount of SBR filled conventional artificial turf. Now we see everywhere natural infill artificial turf. So when it comes to natural infill artificial turf, there are two concerns. Concern one is the recyclability of the turf you're using. Second one is the drainage capacity. Because natural infills has a tendency to float when there's a heavy rain. And in Asia, it's majorly, that's the situation. So the high drainage capacity for a natural infill turf is quite important and quite critical. So that's how we adapt our system. High drainage capacity, which allows us to use natural infills. These natural infills help player safety, this microplastic ban. Also, it reduces the temperature of the surface in hot climates.
My question is that you already have the microplastics. So once that's not allowed, we remove the microplastics.
Yes. In Europe, yes.
And in the existing, we still use the artificial grass.
True.
And on that, can we do this new system that you have?
Exactly.
Is that possible?
Yes, it is possible. Okay. It is possible.
Thank you very much for your questions. Ghussan, please remain on stage. And now we would like to invite Mr. Yasser Al-Mashal, FIFA Council member and President of the Saudi Arabian Football Federation, for the pennant presentation for the final time of the day.
Thank you very much. Not yet. Soon, inshallah.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Ghussan. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes day 2, and we look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow at 8:50 a.m. for the final day of the conference. Enjoy your evening and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.